Welcome to the 7th Europe Forum held in Turku. For 3 days at the City Theatre we discussed the future of Europe from these different perspectives. I'm Rosa Kesti, I'm the moderator. Today we will discuss the meaning of democracy for the EU and also of security policy and the changes in the international security environment and its impact on the R&D events. Now, if you want to put this online on social media, please use the hashtags we have here provided for you. You can also use the Interprefy app for listening to interpretation from Finnish into English. You can download the app with the QR code and you can also participate in the discussion with the QR code.
For 3 days, in Turku City Theatre is filled with discussions about the secure future of Europe. All Finnish programs will be simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprefy application onto your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The password, or token as they say, for this stage is on the screen as well. Tervetuloa seuraamaan Sitran ja Ulkopoliittisen instituutin järjestämää.
Welcome to follow the discussion held by the Finnish Institute of International Affairs and the Sitra Innovation Fund, The Future of Europe. Which matters defined the future of Europe where Finland should be involved?
Of Europe, hardcore or footnote, of EU policy will be simultaneously interpreted into English. You can listen to the discussion in the application. You can download it from the QR code on the screen. And please mind the other listeners and use your headphones. You can also join the conversation in chat via the QR code on the screen. Olkaa hyvä, Sitra ja Ulkopoliittinen instituutti.
A warm welcome to the Sitra Innovation Fund and the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. Thank you very much. A very good morning and welcome to this event organized by Sitra and FIIA. So welcome to you all who are here in Turku and also to those following us online. So the theme is the future of Europe, hardcore or footnote of EU policy. My name is Elina Ravantti. I'm the Director of Communications and Public Affairs from Sitra, moderating this discussion. So we will take a look at the EU future and questions that we should specifically look at. What questions define the future of Europe and where Finland should be active? We will first hear an inspiring speech from the EU Youth Delegate, Emilia Uljas, the Finnish National Youth Council representative, and she's also a member in the Sitra board. We have to remember, those of us who are middle-aged, that it's the youth who will have to take care of this world in the future, so we should really listen to them very clearly. Now, usually when we say please put away your mobile phones in events, but today we are not saying those. I urge you to keep them at hand so you can participate. We have also Li Andersson here. She just became a member of the European Parliament. We have Markku Keinänen, head of Finland's permanent representation to the EU, and Tuomas Isomarkku, senior research fellow from Sitra, and he has drafted a memorandum on the future of Europe, alternative questions for the future Europe. You can find this on the sitra.fi website, this memorandum, and it's also available here at the event in paper form. Now, just a couple of words about the Sitra and the FIIA perspective. Sinikukka Saari, a senior research fellow, and Riikka Marjamäki. Welcome to the stage, so we can all see you. So Sitra and the FIIA have been carrying out cooperation in terms of the EU's future. Yes, as a background, both Sitra and the FIIA daily cooperate in terms of international questions, and of course in the past 10 years we have discussed a lot of the so-called permanent crises and an age of radical uncertainty. And in a way, we are talking about a systemic change, an extensive change that is facing the whole international system. And central here is that in Europe, we tend to think that this is an interim period, so the traditional ways of solving problems does not work. However, new ways of solving problems haven't been found yet. So we, especially here in Europe, think that the uncertainty about the EU future turns into fears and worries about the present system falling apart, and we tend to look backwards. But Sitra and the FIIA want to look at things from a different perspective. We want to look at this paradigm change and see where our strengths are. International policies and economic policies are closely intertwined also with development policies, so we together want to look at and analyze these big future-related questions together. So they are very important questions. That's very good. We're looking into the future. So Riikka, Sitra a year ago started a profound training course for the future of the EU. What type of questions have been flagged during these trainings, these workshops? Yes, indeed. We have now carried out 2 workshops, 2 training sessions, and we have trained dozens of experts in Finland, and it's clear to see that they are very much interested in the future in the EU or in Europe. So the will to do something is there, but the means, the methods are not really there yet. We usually talk about cycles related to our political and economic systems, 4 to 5 years, but this is not an extensive period enough to see what is coming. So in these training courses, we've been trying to teach people how to look at the future on the longer term, what methods could be used, and the feedback has been positive. Yes, indeed, we have these permanent crises going on, so this type of expertise is very welcome. Thank you very much for this information. Thank you. Now, let us move on then. Let us look at the future of Europe from the perspective of youth. What is the advantage of taking this perspective? Now, the EU Youth Delegate from Allianssi, National Youth Council, Emilia Uljas, you have the floor.
Hei, aivan ihanaa aamupäivää
A
kaikille.
wonderful morning to you all. It's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to see you all here discussing the future of Europe. This is exactly what we need. My name is Emilia Uljas. I'm a part-time EU Youth Delegate and then political science student at the university, and I'm also an EU nerd in my leisure time as well. I'm here to talk to you about the future of Europe. Especially I want to comment on this memorandum which is now published, and additionally I would like to give my €2 two ideas on what type of crucial changes are about to take place in Europe in the future. I think that the report flags very essential problems, especially the debate on the limits, the rigid framework of the future of Europe, because it's all limited by daily politics. Well, this is something that has been going on for quite a while in Europe. Millions of discussions have been carried out on how to improve the situation of democracy in Finland. And I think that one big problem is that we do not have a public suitable platform for this discussion. We have national public discussions going on, but only a few of those items discussed there actually make it to the European platforms to be debated. And then a challenge which I've noted myself in my own work is that even though debate is going on about the future, however, we cannot make use of the discussion correctly. As an EU delegate, youth delegate, I participated in youth conferences where we have a cycle of 3 conferences and we draft conclusions on what type of policy recommendations should be given on the short term, on the long run, and both on national and EU level. But often what happens is that these conclusions end up in the files of some anonymous administrator, and then the ideas never surface. So I think the debate on future should be more visible, and I think that this particular memorandum is much more visible than others. Now, another thing that I've noticed, perhaps in the public discussions here in Finland, is that we still remain somewhere in the 30 years behind. We are lagging behind. We're still talking about whether the EU is something good or something bad. Rather, we should see EU as a structure where decisions are being taken. Because, let's face it, on national level, we're not trying to say or ask questions like, is the parliament a good thing or a bad thing? No, we see it as a political structure and we accept it. And I think we should do the same with the EU. It's a political structure. In this memorandum, there's discussion about change. Europe is now going through some sort of interim period, and big things are taking place in Europe. Usually change is seen through uncertainty, some bad things happening, but I think we should actually see change as a potential. Potential is something that gives us the possibility to build something new. We have to grab with both of our hands to this change and create something new. For instance, when things are now changing, I think that the EU's potential is there to become one of the biggest political forces globally, and that makes it possible for us to then work for democracy and human rights. I'm 23 at the moment, and I'm sometimes a bit confused when we talk about changes. People say that now things are changing and things used to be normal way back when, and then in the future things will be normal again. But I'm 23. I cannot even remember time that something big wasn't happening. There was the pandemic going on, or financial crisis, many conflicts. So there is always this change going on. So actually, this kind of time of change is the new normal. I think we should just get used to it and and make the best of it. This is my
Myös
wish.
ehkä erityisesti tässä
Also,
muutoksen ajassa, jossa me eletään, niin
when
mä näen,
now
että
we
EU:n yhtenäisyys
are going
voisi
through all these changes, this
rehellisesti
emphasizes the unity of the
tärkeää
European
lähteä
Union.
siinä, että
And
me
frankly
eristäydytään
speaking,
kansallisvaltioiksi.
I don't think we should
Lopputuloksena
remain at the national level. We should not isolate ourselves nationally. And what is at stake here? Do we want to be an objective in international politics or a protagonist? Are we just going to react to what others are doing, or are we going to be actively doing things, actively involved? Well, perhaps there is some sort of European historical arrogance that we just assume that we can be big political players. We take it for granted, but that's not true. People are not interested in, for instance, what Finland thinks or what other small countries think. Only if we are united as the European Union can we make a difference. We can be heard. And if we want the EU, and Finland included, to be participants in international politics, then that really requires a united European Union. And I think we're just slowly starting to realize this, because especially when Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine started, we really woke up. All in all, I think we are very positive about the unification of Europe. Most Finns tend to think that common foreign and security policy and economic policies are positive factors. I also hope that we could be the protagonists in international politics, the whole EU. And then I would also like to see discussions on the environmental matters from the perspective of power. Who holds the power? Who is in power? Nowadays we think about how democracy actually functions. Even in countries where democracy is respected, power is delegated to such bodies that do not have political power. For instance, big multinational companies. We've talked a lot about the state of Finland, economy in Finland, and it seems to be something that where we cannot have much say on. It's just there and has an impact on us. And also we let certain algorithms to have an impact on how we discuss matters, and we do not fully yet understand what type of impact that has. So I would like everybody to consider whether we actually want to hand over this power, this democratic power, from the people to other actors that are much more interested in making profit rather than in democracy. Their first priorities are not human rights or sustainability or ecological matters. I think that very important decisions will and can be made in the coming years, and they all pertain to the maintenance of democracy. Thank you.
Kiitos Allianssin nuorten EU-delegaatti Emilia Uljas. Kun mä kuuntelin sua, niin mulle jäi semmoinen ajatus, että meidän kaikkien pitäisi uskaltaa olla.
Thank you very much. I think we all should braver, so we are just not afraid in our own corners and with our own groups afraid of the change. We have to be brave and start doing things and look to the future.
Nyt lassuan teidät kaikki yhteiseen urakointiin. Eli meillä olisi teille kysymys.
I am now going to try and make you join this work. You could go to the address through the QR code.
Näkymän jo valmiina sieltä.
And those of you who are following online probably can see it on screen. When you go to the slido.com and hashtag EF24 Lampio, so as in Europe Forum 24, and Lampio is the lobby where we are seated now, you can take a stand on what the most important thing for the future of the EU is. So slido.com and the code. What is the most important thing for the future of the EU? So just give us one word. The one word you think is the most important one. Let's see what we will have in a while. Go ahead.
Siellä yhtenäisyys johtaa tällä hetkellä.
So we can see unity leading,
Turvallisuus, avoimuus, ympäristö ja rauha.
collaboration, environment, security, peace, hope can be seen there. Philosophers say that the most important thing for people is the view of hope. And that's why we at Sitra try to focus on the solutions, because it's easy to come up with problems. Unity is still the big word there, but we have collaboration and security and peace environment there still. While you've been working on this word cloud together, we actually have introduced our panelists on the stage, the member of the European Parliament, maybe a Euro representative might be an easier term. Li Andersson, you represent the left group in the EU, and we have Markku Keinonen, head of mission from the permanent representation of Finland to the EU, and we have Tuomas Isomarkku, senior research fellow from the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. When you think about what your word would have been on this screen or as a response to this question, what the most important word for the future of the EU would be, what is it? Li, I would have picked environment as my word. Thinking about the decades ahead, it is the most central theme that will pervade the future of the EU. We want to be able to hold on and increase our level of ambition on it. It affects the whole discourse on competitiveness and business, but we're going to need to talk about adaptation in the EU too. Personally, I feel that it is a topic that is not so much present yet in our discourse on the future of the EU, but the warming of the climate that has already happened, the biodiversity loss that has already taken place, will in the future bring up more questions to which the European decision makers will need to take a stand. So for Li Andersson, it is environment, but you have mentioned, the audience has mentioned it as well. And Markku Keinonen, what would be your word? I have two. A common vision would be so when I can't have two words, then I would simply say vision. I think unity is a very good point. And it's clearly evident also in this report, in the tables, all the good things we can achieve and what Emilia also referred to. It's the common vision on something. And when we don't have it, and if you look at the result, when we don't have common vision, it's going to be quite dangerous in the framework we're living in right now. So unity and a common vision, if it were one word. Vision is a good word. And then, Tuomas, what would be your word? Well, I actually think that unity is
tässä raportissa
an
esitellään.
essential thing. It's not by coincidence that the various scenarios presented in this report, there's always this line where we move on from unity to dispersed union, divided union. So regardless of what we're discussing, it has a big impact on the kind of future we're headed. I would say unity here is key.
Yhtenäisyys, yhteistyö, ympäristö.
Unity, collaboration, environment, peace, democracy, courage, many things are mentioned here. If we think about this discussion that's been going on in the summer, in the spring, as soon as the new EU Parliament met,
Asiat siellä.
what kind of future-related issues came up in that discussion? Thinking about the first plenary session, we were still talking about the big questions of the present times. Ukraine is, of course, the topical discussion that was going on there. If we then look at the things that open up through von der Leyen's speech, that gave us opportunities to engage ourselves in broader term themes, and I would say many of these words were present there, but maybe the situation after the elections in the EU is such that we can't find very clear unity there as yet anyway. And Marco, you mentioned that we need to have a vision, a common vision, and that we're lacking that somewhat now. When you've been monitoring and following the EU discourse for a long time, and particularly during the EU elections in the spring, what kind of a future perspective or prospect could you see there? Well, this is a tricky question. After the EU Parliament elections, of course, what happened was that von der Leyen got a lot of support. So in that sense, we got more unity within the EU and in the EU Parliament as well, perhaps we were thinking. But unfortunately, there's no discussion on the future right now, and that's what's been mentioned here. So we always want to solve a problem, we want to be reactive, and we're very pleased if we somehow, in the early hours of the morning, can solve things and leave the meeting room. But we're not really even touching upon the vision for the future. And this is a big problem for deficiency for the EU, that we're not able to look ahead. We have huge challenges ahead of us, and there would be a lot of demand for the EU, but we cannot meet that demand if we keep on reacting to things. And of course, there are many reasons for that, but we don't have such kind of a leadership, and national governments are not supporting the idea of acting through the EU either. So in that sense, we keep criticizing the EU. And this example of the Parliament was quite good. We want to keep Finland there. We don't want to destroy it. Why can't we see the EU as such a structure and actor that can help us make the world better and help us get more say in it? Finland is a fraction in Finland, and it's still, of course, a small share of the EU, but it's much more as a role than what we would have on our own in global terms. Emilia referred to this thing that you've also noted. Lee first. Well, the scenario has already been realized now, but we're going to keep looking at it. What do we mean by the EU? We are talking about the collaboration of those groupings that are favorable towards the EU, so that these operators can unite themselves and take things on. I was curious to see that the Sitra memorandum also mentioned that it's possible that there will be new member states in the EU, and it's also possible that some current member states might leave. So we would have a united Europe, but it could also mean that some of the members we have now might not be part of it in the future. So there's this kind of transition taking place as well
Tuomas,
with regard to who are inside this circle and who believe in this. Tuomas Isomarkku, you were monitoring this as a researcher, so how did it sound to you, these discussions in the spring? Well, it was quite expected. Of course, in the EU, all the activities are paced along the 5-year periods in the terms in the parliament, and of course that creates a framework for all the discussions. They want to follow the strategic agenda and maybe work on the Commission's work program and that's prepared for the 5-year period. And this is not something that only applies to the EU, of course. All democratic systems usually evolve around the election periods, the terms of office. But we would need to get beyond that too, so that our future perspective would not only be 5 years. And another thing that we have with the EU, and it's partly not just as Emilia Uljas said, that the EU is not considered as a permanent structure. It needs to find its justification anew over and over again. And this leads to the fact that undesired alternatives for the future must not be even considered. You mustn't think about what if the measures we're taking are not enough? What if they lead to impacts that we haven't thought of? What if something surprising will occur that will turn us to the wrong track? So these kinds of alternatives are not kind of allowed in the EU discourse. And with this report, the idea is to bring up such alternatives too, that we need to consider them when we are planning our politics. The 5-year perspective, that's an important thing. And another thing is that there's no support for somebody asking these what-if questions and talking about the visions. Lee, I tried to check your groups, the left's website, what they talk about the future. Just as with all the other groups, it ended in 2029. So this is the election period ending. What would be needed for the politicians to look beyond just one election period? That's a very good question. I think one key rule in politics is that politicians usually answer to the questions they are asked. And my experience on acting in politics is that not too many instances are so interested in our visions, to be honest. If you think about the topical questions when we provide papers about the future, the next 40, 50 years ahead, there usually isn't a very large audience listening to this. But just as Emilia said, I wonder if we have the correct platforms, forums where to carry out this discussion, maybe not even nationally, for such platforms for such future discussion where we would actually engage ourselves with the long-term vision. So I don't think this is just a matter of political parties, but all of us, all of our thing. Another thing that I keep wondering about is that when we can clearly see a polarization of politics, that means that things do change from one election period to another on a national level, particularly, and it is difficult for politicians to build up such a future program that would cover various election periods. When we see that the political agenda can change considerably compared to the previous election period. So at least my experience is that decision making in Europe is perhaps a little bit more long term than what we have in the national decision making, and that would allow for more opportunities to build up coherent programs.
Minkälaisilla keinoilla tätä EU-keskustelun, tätä tulevaisuuteen katsovaa horisonttia voisi pidentää?
Markku, how do you see it? How could we broaden the horizons in decision making? Well, I think there's hope. A lot has been done. Of course, it's not so systematically future oriented, but we've survived the pandemic, the financial crisis, and without the EU jointly going for the vaccination, it wouldn't have happened. So, and also in environmental matters, this applies. There is a lot to be done. And this is all about future. So now we're building the security union because we've seen that we are not well enough prepared for coming crises. So we are improving the situation. Everything that's to do with the borders and migration movements is also something we're working on. Well, the broader future vision, Emilia was referring that we always want to go back to the old days, but we had a broad vision with the enlargement. We amended the treaties, we started the convent meetings. All this was taking us towards the future. But at the moment, we cannot do the same. We cannot open the treaties for them to better take into account the future. There are many reasons for this. Of course, we can do something with funding. The Commission will propose its funding framework, but then the member states together have to decide on where to allocate the funding. There we can emphasize future. So this is how it works. On the other hand, we react to what has happened and we've done it well, but then also through funding we can do a lot. And that's all I can really think of at the moment. Indeed, development through crises. If I understood you correctly, Markku, this is emphasized in the EU. EU is evolving through each crisis. But is that the wrong way? Should it happen this way? Tuomas? Well, I don't think so. I'm a bit skeptical or a bit reserved about this because there's always the idea in the background that EU would evolve into a better EU through crises. But that's not always true, especially if we look at the last decade and the crises we've faced. So I don't see that systematically we have evolved and improved, found better solutions. Of course, the crises have molded the EU in their own ways, but there's no guarantee that we would actually achieve better results through this. Of course, I can say about the crises that it's quite surprising how the different crises have been unified the EU. Certain demarcation lines have been deleted because of certain crises. However, this is also not something systematically happening. Another thing is migration. If we look at migration, I think it's a good example on the different opinions between member states. We have had this crisis one after the other, and yet unifying
se ei ole niin kuin mikään välttämättä.
unification has not taken place. We've only been able to find the smallest common denominators.
Kriisit on tosi paljon myöskin vienyt
And
tilaa
another thing,
että katsottaisiin vähän
the
vähän
crises
pidemmälle.
have taken away a lot
Tämä on ihan ymmärrettävää.
of our resources,
Kriisivetoisesta politiikasta
and
olisi silti
we
päästä
haven't
vähän
been
sitten
able to look at
pitkäjänteisempään
the future
suunnitelmallisempaan.
on a longer term.
Sä viittasit Li siihen,
To plan
että
for
tämmöinen
it.
pitkäjänteinen tulevaisuuskeskustelu vaatisi jotain niin kuin vähän erilaista.
A long-term discussion about the future actually would require certain types of platforms. What type of platforms could they be? How could we prepare ourselves better for the future, do you think? Well, I'm a newcomer in the European Parliament, so I'm not quite sure what types of platforms they can offer.
Ryhmittymien välistä ei päivän poliittiseen agendaan suoraan kytköksissä olevaa keskustelua, että ehkä ei
We're not talking about daily politics here, but on the other hand, the political discussions in the European Parliament and between the political groups are really based on daily politics, and there's not much room perhaps for future orientation. And the future committee that we have in the Finnish Parliament could be used as an example. It's a great innovation in Finland, but it's quite isolated from the work that's being carried out in other committees of the Parliament. And perhaps the chairpersons of the committees could get together and discuss what is needed for this future perspective. Then we have the civil society and media. Will things develop into a direction where we get extensive future visions for our discussions from those bodies? Because this is also a possibility to
Eurooppa-foorumin järjestäjät ovat tätä
really
ja osin ollaan saatukin, mutta nyt täältä tuli arvovaltaiselta
start awareness raising. Yes, this is a great idea, a great invitation to get these ideas from stakeholders. Marco, how do you see this? You have a long professional experience in this field. Well, I know that in the Parliament this discussion is going on. It takes place there in the European Parliament, but perhaps the ideas do not end up to the Council. And the big question is, how much power do we want to delegate to the EU in this political situation? Should the EU be a sort of superpower? Because we can see how the other superpowers are acting and dividing the world. And then the question arises, what is EU's role in all this? So we should be able to have this kind of debate. The new program from von der Leyen tries to look further into the future, and I think our tool here is that a little by little, when the Commission gets more power, when it can then look into the future within its competencies. Of course, it has really done its best within its framework, within its mandate, to be able to solve these recent crises. I think that's the best way to, and the most secure way to operate. Now, when we get the new president for the EU and new High Representative, the former Estonian Prime Minister, and Poland will be involved. So that what will happen? Will Germany, France allow more powers to the EU institutions to have stronger future perspectives? It's possible that this type of setup could give more space for future, and this would allow us to build on that. And the new EU President Costa could then have a larger mandate to hold discussions on this. So these kind of small steps would lead us to a better future without having to open the treaties. Now, of course, if the big countries take the lead, then the smaller countries would follow, I think, and we'll see what happens in the coming spring.
No,
So Tuomas, how could we prepare ourselves better for surprises? Well, I have to say that within the EU, lessons have been learned. Preparedness has improved.
ennakointiraporttejaan säännöllisesti Euroopan parlamentilla.
There are regular
ennakointikomponentti Espassa.
preparedness reporting taking place in the Council and also in the European Parliament. This is a joint tool that the EU institutions are using. But the bigger question is how to then take all this into account in the separate policies, individual policy areas, so that this preparedness reporting is just not happening in isolation without any corresponding activities. So I don't think there are any simple ways to do this. If there were, I think that would have been done already. I'm a bit skeptical about these sort of extensive, grand, European level future discussions. Rather, I think that the only way is to simply take the future horizon into every single discussion. It has to be a part of every policy debate, all policy measures. Of course, this will not solve all the problems. There are certain demarcation lines between different policies that have to be taken account. But I think this is the only way, just to take the future horizon to all policy discussions as a permanent item. Now, of course, we can all have foresight, detect certain signals. What do you think? What kind of developments or weaker signals are there actually that now should be already taken into account, what you've detected, that have an impact for the EU future? Tuomas, well, Li Andersson already mentioned this. It's one of those 5 questions of destiny that we put forward in this memo, that is to do with the impact of weather events, extreme weather events, and climatic changes. And what is the impact in the future? So we must be able to adjust the EU budget to take into account the enlarged EU, the agricultural policy, in the same way as also the impact of extreme weather events in different parts of Europe. And they will have a stronger impact in certain areas of Europe rather than others. So this is something that we have to take into account. We have to actualize, we have to update discussions about the EU budget. Also in the planning phase, business activities, how will they be impacted by extreme weather events? What type of solidarity mechanisms we need for this? And one of the questions is to do with this in this report. There are different scenarios that we can look at, and I think that this is something that I find very interesting.
Mielelläni jatkaisin tästä, koska olen aivan samaa mieltä. Olin todella iloinen siitä, että se nousi.
I would like to continue from here. I'm so happy it came up in the report. These questions are already there in a way, but still we're not really talking about them properly. It will be evident that these phenomena will become more clearer all the time. And then if you think about the agricultural sector, the tourism as a livelihood, there are many countries in the south of Europe who have built up their business life based on the summer months where people are coming in and consuming things. But if that will be possible in the future due to the heat, if agriculture will no longer be possible due to the heating of the climate, already we have countries in Europe who have to regulate the use of water, water management, water supply in many countries, not to mention many other things, storms, their effect on the agriculture, and then diseases. I went to a very interesting panel where they talked about what the warming climate means for health care, where we will start having diseases that we didn't used to have here, for example, malaria. So I see this is one essential question that will impact the questions we've mentioned on the use of funds, crisis preparedness, and also equality within the EU. And Emilia also raised the question of democracy. I think it could also be one theme that is bubbling under all the time. Also, this report mentioned that it's likely that various right-wing extremist movements will become stronger, but there is no discussion about what the EU could do about it, if it could do something about it, or what the EU's role will be in this fight against inequality. We just state that inequality will cause these stronger extremist movements, but we don't talk about what the EU's role here could be. Also, when we talk about the new coming up with a new social agreement to the European players. Markku, what is, in your opinion, something that we should take up in this discussion? In the Commission's new program, they have housing, coming up with new housing there as one way to curb these extremist movements. Yeah, that is quite a separate theme. I think it's an interesting case of bringing up one thing without a more coherent overall program. You just all of a sudden come up with housing as one thing. And then when we talk about the deficit of democracy, and we always hear that everything's caused by that. But I think we have a legislative system in the EU that we can be proud of. Everything goes through the parliament ultimately and the committees in the parliament. And ultimately, it doesn't matter if the bill originally came from the EU or from national sources. But of course, preparing for the law will be, passing the bill will be more difficult because it comes from the EU. And we also have the control by the EU Parliament, and this is a very good procedure in legislative terms. So the EU has a lot of impact in our everyday legislation. Nevertheless, it appears to us as if it's something we can have no control over. That's not true. We can have a control over it all the time. Although maybe politically we don't want to see it like that. But as one signal, I would like to move from the environmental issues to the hard security side. What if something drastic will happen in Ukraine, for example? What then will be the EU's position and situation? What will happen after that? And here too, we would need to have a shared thinking of the threats. Maybe the things we're discussing nationally are not conveyed to the EU side. So I would like to add to that framework to this scenario. So if we go back to this moment, the political field is in turmoil. Russia has attacked Ukraine, and extremist movements are rising both in the European Parliament and in the member states. We also have an insecure situation in the US politics. Markku, I would like to ask you, how operational do you consider the EU? Well, although it might not appear to be very operational right now, but when things get serious, I would say it is operational. And it was interesting to be involved when the first boycott was, or sanctions were put in place after the first aggression by Russia in Ukraine and freezing all the funding to Russia. Over the weekend, national parliaments could come up with the required decision making. So I do genuinely believe and trust in the EU that when things get tough, we actually can act. Of course, it would be better if we could do it well in advance, be more prepared for these different scenarios. But at least our level of preparedness is better than what it used to be. So I would trust the European Union in that. But I would add more collaboration there. And Tuomas, how do you see this as a researcher? Well, these are the cards we were given. But of course, for a more long-term coherent politics, we should try to work for that nevertheless. And this is an interesting time because our visibility to the immediate future is already so fuzzy that it's hard to look further into the future. But of course, even in this time, we should try to do so. Emilia, in her speech, referred to the need to start thinking about the change as an opportunity and that it can bring out good things. What is a positive, maybe a surprising thing you would like to see in the EU in the future? What kind of opportunities there are that haven't been tapped into yet? Markku, well, since Emilia referred to that, I think we should grasp the global role. That's what we're lacking. We are strong in the internal market, but we would need to get more credibility, be more convincing an operator globally, and that means that we should be more determined in our decision making and not to question that. We are used to having the ability to have a say, and if our stand is so peculiar that it won't get support from others, so be it. But I think we should shift our focus on the foreign and security policy. And it is possible, and we would open us a channel to be a global player. And this is something that we could try to agree on the council level in the EU. The situation is so bad that we must be able to take steps onwards. And then we have to go to decision making that is based on majority. There are countries that won't do it, but these are perhaps realities. But we are now thinking about things that if we didn't have these obstacles, what opportunities should the EU grasp? A couple of comments on Emilia's excellent speech. When I was the Minister for Education, there was a lot of talk about the resiliency in the EU. They wanted to get all these changes in control. So the chaotic world should be put back in order, and we could get back to
tärkeämpää olisi pyrkiä
the business as usual, but it would be important
resilienssiä, eli tavallaan kykyä
young
olla
people's resilience
jatkuvissa
to
muutostilanteissa.
stay in this constant transition and change and see it as normal. And that, in my opinion, requires a different set of tools than what we have traditionally talked about when we want to get these big transitions in control. And we have to think about what are those things that on an individual level give people resilience, a feeling of security when these changes are there to stay. Another thing that would be surprising and good and possible for the EU to take on. When we talked about why it's so difficult to predict the future is that we seem to be quite technical and Europe-centered in our analysis. We think that everything starts from us here. It could be so that the changes start from the world surrounding Europe globally, and the essential question that we should take a stand on is whether we're interested in that or not, and what kind of role the EU and Europe want to take towards the global south, building partnerships in all these big chains of events. And I'm currently a little bit pessimistic about it because there are lots of signs showing that European players are turning inwards, and it would be a positive surprise to see things happening otherwise. So this is definitely an opportunity for the EU that it should take. Dear friends, we are running out of time. I'm sure we have keep with us from this discussion and from Emilia's speech that we should listen to different people. And also Emilia said that the young people are asked, but then the results are not acted on. So they say maybe applies to some researchers' results. I want to thank all the panelists, the audience here in Turku and the following online. Let's work for the future together. Thank you.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia myös Euroopan.
Many thanks also on behalf of the Europe Forum. Thank you, Emilia, for an excellent speech. Thank you, Elina Ravatti and the panelists. The next program on this stage will start at 1 p.m. and it is a panel organized by Business Finland. We're going to talk about the international security environment, the impact of changes, and investment politics, for example. You have some time now to grab some snacks, and let's meet here in half an hour.
Hei, olen Roosa Kesti ja teidän juontajananne tänään tällä lavalla. Seuraavana meillä on
My name is Rosa Kesti. I'm your moderator here today.
kansainvälisen
We have
turvallisuusympäristön
a
muutoksista
discussion
ja sen vaikutuksista
organized by Business
EU:n
Finland
toimintaan.
on the shift of international security environment and effects on EU's RDI activities. So we look at business activities in Finland. How should they take into account the changed environment? What kind of impact this has on the research, development and innovation activities? You can participate in the discussion with the QR code.
And its effects on EU's RDI activities will be simultaneously interpreted into English. You can listen to the discussion in English via Interprofy application. You can download it on your phone to the QR code on the screen. The password or token for the stage is also on the screen. Please mind other listeners and use your headphones. Olkaa hyvä, Business Finland.
Business Finland, you have the floor.
Kiitos ja oikein lämpimästi.
Thank you very much. And a very warm welcome to the audience and panelists.
Linjoja pitkin tähän
Also to all of you who are following this event online. Indeed, our intention is to talk about
yritysten
foreign policy
uudistumisesta
and the
tässä
shift of
kaikessa
international
sekä
security environment
yritysten ja kasvun
and its impact on business activities and growth opportunities in these changing environment, and how Finland as a small actor can manage internationally, also as a part of the European Union, and in general terms in this situation. My name is Elina Holmberg. I'm a senior director of EU collaboration in Business Finland, and today I have great panelists here with me. One of them is still missing. We're still waiting for
Mutta tässä kohtaa
her.
siis Mika Aaltola on vielä tulossa.
So we have Mika Aaltola, who is on his way,
Hän on vice president
and and then we have Sauli Eloranta. He's the vice president of defense in Technical Research Center of Finland, and he has also a background in defense industry. In 2019, he was recognized as the technological director of the year. And then another colleague,
tunnustettu geopolitiikan asiantuntija,
internationally recognized foreign policy expert, a China expert,
ja viimeisimpänä
has
Brysselissä
spent
Suomeen paluutaan ja
long periods of times in Finland and also in China and in Brussels, and has researched policy changes and Europe's role in all this. Sari Arho-Havrén, foresight expert from Business Finland, and she will give us a short presentation on what the situation is now. Sari, you have the floor.
Niin, hyvää päivää kaikille mun puolestani.
Good
Sieltä tulee Mika
afternoon to everybody. Mika Aaltola is also here.
koolle.
Wonderful. The whole team is present.
Lyhyesti,
It's my pleasure to begin
siitä, että mitä
this
ennakoinnin näkökulmasta, miltä
session
tulevaisuuden
by talking about foresight.
muutokset.
What does the world look like in terms of geopolitical changes?
Tähän aikaa.
I wasn't given many minutes to do this. I accepted the challenge, and I will talk to you about two items. First of all, the big picture. What is happening in geopolitics globally, and how can that be seen at the European level, and what is Europe's role in all this? It's very clear that geopolitics is changing the global order, and what I'm about to say is something that people can disagree. We are going through an age of polarization. Many people hope for this, that this is the world they would like to see, a world of polarization, and many countries also strive for this, because
tasavertaisempi maailma,
would offer the ideal situation that the world would be more equal. However, it is not. On the contrary, this type of situation gives the opportunity for certain countries to increase their power, which then leads to inequality, to a world of continued conflicts, continued wars, and other types of crises. The world doesn't stop if we look at things from a future perspective, and we can see that bipolarization is taking place more and more. So this type of fragmented world order means that the US political power has already been diluted somewhat. It's not as powerful as it used to be, and this development continues because China, as the other power holder in the world, is challenging the situation more and more. So this bipolarized world is evolving, is developing, and it leads to a situation of Cold War. This Cold War is not the one that we experienced earlier. However, this sort of juxtapositioning is there. China is taking advantage of this situation to use it for its benefit, and it's trying to take over power from the US to achieve a unipolar world where China would be the leader. This is something that we can see in Chinese documentation. This is not a secret. And there is a year for this objective, which is set for 2049. Now, what are the methods that are being used? Different types of alliances are being established. Cooperation between Russia and China is very deep. We sort of try to refuse to see it. We do not understand it. There are certain persons who are saying that actually in China, Xi Jinping would be the key to find peace between Russia and Ukraine. However, this is not going to happen because of the alliance between Russia and China, and it's becoming deeper and deeper. And all of these actors want to achieve their own geopolitical goals. It is said often that China is a junior partner for Russia. Well, China itself doesn't want to give this sort of image to Russia, but both partners benefit from this alliance. They can achieve their own individual goals, and those goals at the moment are somewhat similar. They want to take over from the US and create a new security infrastructure. Also in Europe, they want to see Europe divided into different demarcation zones. So China builds its own alliances, partnerships. Shanghai Organization Cooperation is here as the basis. It's getting more and more members that are joining in, especially political and economic and also security partnerships are what we're talking about. They talk about collaboration. They also organize military drills together, military exercises. Now, what about Europe? What does this mean for us in this type of global situation? First of all, the threat here is that the US is very strongly taking care of the Indo-Pacific situation. There they have certain cooperation agreements, and these agreements state that China supports the unification of Taiwan into China, with China, and in the past few years,
Niin ei pelkästään sitä,
demands have been made by China that
että he tukevat
countries would not only support one China principle, they would have to support the unification of China and Taiwan.
silloin, jos jommankumman.
There is a consultation procedure in
Yhdysvaltojen
force
rooli,
in this
Indo-Pacific-alueella
situation.
on meille,
The
aika
US's
tärkeä.
role at the
Miten
Indo-Pacific
yhtenäinen
region is for
Eurooppa
us
on
very
siinä
important.
tilanteessa,
How
jos
unified
Taiwan
Europe is in a
kriisi.
situation
Se voi syntyä, jos joku muu
where there is a
syntyy
crisis
Filippiinien,
because of
ää,
Taiwan. It could
kanssa,
also
Etelä-Kiinanmerellä.
happen between the
Voi syntyä
Philippines,
Itämerellä.
South
Siellä
China
Kiina koko ajan
Sea.
tekee tämmöistä pientä hivuttautumista
So
siellä.
China is little by little moving towards those areas. And what about Europe? Will Europe
Ja kuinka paljon
stand
pidetään fokus
united with the US in that kind of situation?
mikä tarkoittaa
And how much effort the US will carry out in that particular region instead of in Europe? China already in the UN has requested that this kind of security umbrella should cover, this kind of security umbrella is illegal. This umbrella covers Europe and it should be dismantled according to China. So this is a battle which is being fought on several frontiers. And this leads to a fact that we are not so unified here in Europe because this lobbying is going on from different directions. Also, this has an impact on the transatlantic partnership. So the weaker Europe is, the better it is for those partners or those alliances. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Kiitos Sari. Ja
Thank you very much. Sari.
ilokseni voin todeta, että paneeli on nyt
And
todellakin
I
täydellinen,
have
eli
the
tervetuloa myös Mika
pleasure
Aaltola.
to announce that now also Mika Aaltola is present.
Suurelle yleisölle tutuksi
So
ulkopoliittisen
Mika
instituutin johtajana, globaalin
was the
geopolitiikan ja
director of the
suurvaltasuhteiden asiantuntijana
Foreign
ja
Policy
tuore
Institute
Euroopan parlamentin
and
jäsen.
expert on
Niin,
foreign
Mika,
policies, and now
haluaisitte vaan saada
he
mukaan tähän
just
keskusteluun.
entered the European Parliament as an MEP. Wonderful to have you here. Mika, let's start with you. These facts about the global situation are quite horrific. What about Europe? European companies, businesses, including the Finnish companies, how should they react? And should this have somehow an impact on who should be our partners? And what about this sort of open trade policy? Is it still there? Thank you. It was wonderful to listen to the presentation with just an extensive perspective to the situation. This bird eye view is very important because then we can see what happens at the grassroots, and I'm sure that we do not need to explain to the Ukrainians why this type of geostrategy is important. Russia, they understand very well what geostrategy means, and they have always thought about their position in the big picture. China also is well aware of this and positions their own status according to their view of the changes in geostrategy, and the US as well. Well, in Finland and other countries in Europe, we are in a different situation. This type of bird-eye view is difficult. Long-term historical view is difficult to see what it entails. And I think this is a very good perspective. We have to see what is about to happen. Because it will always have an impact at the grassroots level on companies, on individuals, and what are the potential changes that will take place. I think that the future is always an opportunity. And sometimes at the grassroots level, it's possible to be successful when we know what the big picture is. So it's not hopeless. I'm very hopeful. these megatrends
se, että mitä tuleman pitää. Voi olla,
are
että
not
maailmassa on
written in stone.
siirtymä kohti kaksinapaista maailmanjärjestystä.
It's possible that we are
Mutta ei
moving
se läntinen
towards
napa
a
ole pettämässä.
bipolar world,
Yhdysvallat,
but
maailman
I don't think that the
kolmanneksi
present
rikkain
structure is
valtio,
about to
joka
fall.
väestö on aleneva siitä, mihinkään
We have
mennään.
countries,
Voidaan kauhistella sen
for instance, US,
dramaattisuutta,
where
mutta
the
aina se on ollut tavattoman
population is
dramaattinen
getting
verrattuna
younger.
vaikkapa
Well, the
Suomeen.
situation is dramatic,
Suomen
but we
homogeenisistä valtioista.
shouldn't
Täällä
exaggerate
asiat
it.
on aika
After all,
epädramaattisia.
we are
Ei nyt
talking
sitten
about
ihan
one of
viime
the
aikoina
biggest countries in the world.
innostuttu vähän
And
tukkanuottaselle vähän jokaisesta kohusta. Ja
recently,
vähän joka
we
päivä
have
tulee
been
jotain
looking
sellaista.
at
Tavallaan koetaan, mitä Yhdysvallat on kokenut jo.
on a daily basis different scandals that take place in the
Osoitusaika on
US.
tiedossa ja yrityksillä varmaan
Sure,
on
things are not getting easier, and I'm sure that
Kiina.
businesses
Ja
really
osittain
have
se
to
suurstrategia
crack their
läikkyykin
brain
sinne
in
jo.
order to
Kun
see
katsoo
what they should
vaikka,
do with China. The current
tietokoneita,
balance
siellä
is
tapahtuvaa
shifting when we
kehitystä.
look at quantum
Niin,
computers. Developments
Suomessa
are
on alan kärkeä.
rapidly
On
taking
hienoa, että
place.
meillä
We
on
have
organisaatio, joka syntymään jotain maailman
expertise,
mittakaavassa.
world-leading
Huippuja
expertise
Siitä pitäisi
in
pitää
this field
hyvää
in
huolta,
Finland, and
koska
we
niitä
should stick to
asioita ei
this
tällä hetkellä
and
hirveästi
develop
ole,
it,
jotka on tämän kaltaisessa asetelmassa Suomessa.
because this is something unique that we have in Finland. In the US, they have big markets, big operators, and
käytännöt ja lainsäädäntö määrittelee,
relationship
minkälaiset toimijat
based on
pääsee.
confidentiality is very important. How do you get to the US market and stay there?
Siinä ei voi olla kiinalaista
the
rahaa.
business operators are vetted very carefully. You cannot have
Se meidän
Chinese money behind you,
syöttiin
Chinese
vähän
capital
laidan
behind
päällä
you
ja,
if you want to enter the US
syötymään
markets.
vähän joka ilmansuunnasta, niin se ei
So
vaan toimi enää. Että se vaatii semmoista kulttuurillista muutosta.
This
Se vaikuttaa
requires
sitten
a cultural change as well, how the businesses operate.
teknologian taustalla olevaan
And
yliopistolliseen
it's very important to look at research and development taking place in the universities. Also there,
tämän kaltainen
those
toimija,
links
kiinalainen
to
yritys,
China are
saattaa olla potentiaalinen iso
are not
turvallisuusriski ja
positive.
taloudellisen haitan
Rather, they are a security risk and
tämä
cause
trendi on
economic
olemassa
harm. So
Ja
this
sitten tulee
trend
Euroopan
is
unioni,
there already.
joka
And then the
näkee,
EU,
että tämä on tärkeä ja se pyrkii sitten luomaan strategisia
this is
päämääriä
very
Euroopan unionin tasolla.
important.
Mutta kun ne yhteistyösuhteet on jo organisesti syntynyt sinne
And
Yhdysvaltoihin,
when
meneekö ne
cooperation
sekaisin
links
siitä,
have been
että
established
unioni
with the
päättää
US,
omissa
well,
strategisissa päämääräissään,
will
jotta
they
se
be
pärjää
disturbed
siinä
by
tasolla?
decisions taken in the
Kilpailussa.
EU
Eli tässä on paljon semmoista yhteensovittamista,
linked to
mutta kyllä se sieltä läikkyy.
competitiveness? So
Se epäluottamus,
there are a lot of
joka on
things that have
kasvamassa
to be
Kiinaan
taken
ihan
into
hyvistä
consideration.
syistä, koska Kiinalla on julkilausuttuja päämääriä, jotka tuottaa meille
Of course,
tulevaisuudessa
we
ongelmia. Ja tätä
know
kautta
what China
se
is
kaksinapaisuus
aiming
tai
at.
orastava
It's
sellainen,
all
niin
in public
vaikuttaa
public
siihen
knowledge, so we have to
arkiseen
take this into
sammakotason
account, and this
harkintaan,
has an impact
pohditaan
also
vaikkapa
on
nyt yhteistyötä erilaisten tahojen kanssa. Eli tämä on
the
sitä
worm's eye view
tulevaisuutta.
at the grassroots
Onko
level.
se ideaalia? Ei välttämättä.
So
Ei se ole sitä, mitä
is
me
this an
kuvittelimme
ideal situation? Not necessarily. It's not what we
me joudumme
imagine
elämään
the
siinä
world to
todellisuudessa,
be
missä olemme,
at
ja
this stage, but this is
erityisesti
the
pienille
reality that we
toimijoille,
have to
Suomen
face.
kaltaisille,
And of course,
vaikkakin
for
Euroopan
small
unionin jäsenmaille,
operators, for instance for Finland,
jotka
even though we're in the
ovat
EU,
naapurissa, niin tilanne ei ole
since
mikään
our
kaikkein
neighbor
paras.
is a
Sitä
major
kautta
world
meidän
power, so the situation is not
selviytymisvaihtoehto
ideal for us,
aina
and
päällä.
we
Ja
have to
ymmärtää se
be
lintutason,
to use our survival instinct
kehityskaaret ja se, että
in
mitä
this
siellä maailmalla
situation,
on.
and
Erilaiset
try and
vaalit,
see
jotka
very
syntyy
carefully
yritystasolta
what takes
aina.
place globally
sitten,
and what
valtioiden
are the
välisellä
concerns
tasolla,
at
siinä
company levels
Euroopan
and what
unionin
are
rooli
then the
tämmöisenä
concerns
ylikansallisena
at national level. And then the EU has a sort of a regulatory and buffer role in all
Kiitos
this.
paljon tästä. Miten Sauli, kun kuuntelit sekä Saria että...
Thank you very much for this, Mika. Sauli, now that you have listened to Sari and Mika as a long-term expert, and now particularly in defense
Miltä tämä tilanne kuulostaa
politics,
ja
how does this situation sound to you? And do you share the views by your colleagues? Of course I do. This is the situation right now. But whether you put yourself to a status of being attacked and going to a defense mode, or do you try to do things in your own terms? And then this research center, VTT, where I've been working for 5 years now and looking after defense issues there have been plenty of funding opportunities opening up both in Finland but also in the US. So we should try to get hold of them as much as possible. And if we think about the ambitions, and Mika mentioned the worm's eye view, and we are used to doing things more in the small scale rather than in a large scale. And we have a lot of bigger powers around us that are not at all used to that kind of work, that it's not in their DNA. So we need to learn about the fact that the speed of innovations, the support of administration, and the entrepreneurship that you can find in the new players are things that we are lacking quite substantially. Many times when we think about doing things nationally, I fear that we think that if it's national if you have several provinces working together, but it's not national. If you look from, say, NATO and see how we as a nation profile ourselves, that's when we're talking about nations. And we need to elect specific areas where we invest in. We may need to take some hard choices. We may not be able to operate on all areas in 300 places and come up with a quantum computer. But let's rather focus on a couple of things, but involve many players in that work. And lately, what has been emphasized is also a two-fold use technology. And in Finland, since we have such a strong background as a Nokia country in communications technologies, in digital technologies, taking advantage of this side, the so-called two-use. We can look at it from the Mediterranean, or even from the dual use, rather, from the across the Atlantic. And this is also related to the new mechanisms that the EU has and what NATO has, Diana, and so on, that we have a national position in that. So the mechanism isn't the problem. It's to attract as many Finnish entrepreneur-led startup companies to join in thinking about expanding on this growing defense branch. So VTT here intends to help others. Our value does not lie within ourselves. It lies in what we can bring to others, how we can help them. And if these new companies can't see any benefits in working with us, then we're not valuable. Sari, a quick question here for you. How do you see that Europe should build up its competitiveness, and what kind of a trade policy do you expect Europe to promote, or the EU to promote in the upcoming years? This, from the future perspective, is a critical question. In the industrial politics that is rising, and then the political jargon, there is some tension between them. So we talk about adding to the resilience and the critical sectors that we need to protect. And this brings us the question of how much countries can subsidize things. And this is, of course, a very difficult case for countries with the question of how to compete in such an environment. So we are moving towards protectionism, although you're not allowed to call it that in the EU. If this is the road we are taking, because I couldn't see the Nordic countries opposing to it, saying we need to remain open and act the way we've always done. I think we are left somewhat behind, and as some special cases, it is possible to find opportunities within these so-called fortresses. There are lots of barriers to the trade in Europe that we can get away with or tear down. And then, of course, we can form internal alliances with those countries that get those internal subsidies when we can't afford them. But the big movements are dangerous because China now has this increase of production also in the green fields, and for the EU this is a concern with regard to its own industries. Whether they dumped products in the European market will eat up our own companies and stop our development. So we're dealing with very big issues here.
Näin on. Mika Aaltola,
That's true. Mika Aaltola,
EUn seuraavaa rahoituskehyskautta
particularly
ajatellen,
with regard to the next financial framework of the EU, there are many things to consider. It's the eastern expansion of the EU.
turvallisuuden
We have transition. We need to bring up our defense
Kiinariskistä
funds.
hiljattain
There's been talk about the
johtamalla tuotantoketjuja
risk of China, getting rid of that by
uutena Euroopan
taking care of our own supply chains.
Miten näet, miten
How do you consider
Suomea, onko se esimerkiksi valtion jatkuva höllentäminen,
Finland's
mitä
role
on tässä nähty viime vuosina myös, vai onko yhtenäiset
in
instrumentit,
this
jotka on avoimia
development, or should we use the European instruments that are open to everyone? Are they a better alternative?
Sekasortoiseltahan se tällä hetkellä
Well, of course, currently everything seems to be
tärkeästä
in
asiasta.
chaos. Everybody's talking about important things, but I can't see such movement really. And one problem is that we don't have the money.
Mistä ne rahat löytyy?
What should we do? Where can we find the money?
R&D-sektorilla niin Eurooppa on jäänyt
The
jälkeen.
development in the R&D sector is where Europe is lagging behind the US and China, and has been doing so for a long time. And the lack of private money is a big problem. It rather goes to the US, where it can make a better profit than it can in Europe.
Isoista trendeistä.
But if we talk about the big trends, the geopolitical challenges, we should understand that this will not be over anytime soon. We are living
Tätä voisi olla ohitse puolessa vuodessa.
thinking that this will be over in 6 months or in 12 months,
Sellaiseen normaaliin.
and that we can then get back to
Geopoliittisesti asiat on
something
menossa.
normal. But geopolitically,
Venäjä ei ole.
things are getting to a worse direction. Russia is not a rational
Me
player.
jotenkin käsitetään Venäjä semmoisena pahana.
We understand Russia as the bad guy, as a bully on the schoolyard,
Kasvamaan oikeasti.
and just giving it or him a lesson will make it grow to the right direction. This is not the case.
Sitä motivoidaan.
Russia is motivated by vengeance, by
Ne on irrationaalisia
desire to power. They are irrational,
asioita, eikä niistä pääse eroon vuodessa.
deeply engraved things that we can't get rid of in a year or two. This is a challenge for decades. And therefore, the stakes, the investment should be
Se ei ole hyvä ehdotus
proportionate. If there are threats of Russia
kansalliseen tai
in the
ylikansallisiin
Ural,
ponnistukseen, mutta etteikö sitä tapahtuu?
we should all take joint efforts
Olevan
against that. But we can't see any such movement. We can't seem to find any money. We just keep on waiting that money to come, appear from somewhere. We expect the United States to take care of things.
vaalien suhteen. Eli meidän
And of
pitäisi
course,
herätä.
the outcome of the US elections will play a significant role on our borders too. And we've been sleeping for a long time, but we need to wake up soon.
Tarvittavalla
It
vakaalla.
seems we're not taking it seriously enough right now, and our children will have to worry about or regret that
Todella pahasti mönkään. Ja komission
future.
hyvät suunnitelmat
So
Kyllä siellä siis orastavaa toivoa.
Of course, the Commission is hopeful of getting into collaboration in the defense sector, and remember that was supposed to be the last place to spread collaboration once we get good experiences. That was the theory in the EU, so that all the other good things will slowly spread to the defense. And now we are in a way doing it, but in an accelerated fashion. I think this impulse is spreading, and at least we have some initiatives, clubs of wise people thinking about what we can do in a tough situation. Europe wants to get the ability to store weapons. We want to allow European companies into joint arms deals if there is a good deal signed in some country, then other companies or countries could join into that project. So there are some things going to the right direction, but the challenge is so huge that it would require some big mobilization, and I'm not hearing politicians talking about it. They are still asleep because politics normally is something they are used to, and therefore they feel it's worth talking about these old things, and you don't hear anybody talking about raising the budget for defense in Finland. We have a lot of potential in defense, as it's been reduced for so long. There's now room to increase it as well. Dual use is a good example. We have Poland using 4.2% of its GDP on defense, which is quite a big figure. The US is spending a bit more than 3%. So Poland has understood the general challenge we have in our time, and it is difficult to wake people up to something like this when the challenge is approaching us, motivating people in the midst of their everyday troubles is difficult. Russia is doing work on our behalf, but it's easier to look away.
Kiitos. Sauli,
Thank
vähän
you.
sivusitkin tätä aihetta.
And Sauli, you actually already touched upon this in your previous comment, but Europe
Ollaan nyt mukana Natossa, joka
has
tutkimus- ja
some opportunities, and we have
ja samaan aikaan kotimaiset teet.
perhaps a growing market while the domestic RDI investments are rising. It's one of the only things that have been increased in the budget. How should we use these investments to make them as effective as possible to support Finnish companies?
4% TKI-panostustarpeesta, ja siitä taitaa olla aika hyvä poliittinen yksimielisyys, että sinne pitäisi...
Well, we talk about the 4% need for
tämmöinen aukko
TK
syntyy.
investments and how to fill that gap. If we are able to achieve a level where we have domestic players and domestic investments, then the benefits also remain here. And then we have to look at from the European perspective. European money doesn't mean that the benefits then would run off from Finland somewhere else. No. Also, the domestic operators can benefit and get advantages from the European Defense Fund, and we have been very active in this. And then the US, when talking about the US, their funding is relatively easy, and the volumes are quite big at a time, so it's very attractive. Of course, then it's attractive because the funding stays in our grouping and doesn't go elsewhere. And here in Finland, especially the dual-use sector needs bigger national initiatives. Our defense funding is often directed to certain big providers, and then we do not have the ability or the resources to think about the dual-use sector and how to invest. Actually, promotion of export is here very important. And then as a second prize here means that it doesn't have to be military in nature always. For me, this energy transition is linked to dual-use sector.
Mutta miten se
energy
mahdollistaa?
sector
Se
is
mahdollistaa
fragmented.
ruoantuotannon,
Well,
mikä
what does
tuolla
it
Kuusi
imply?
tuolla
It
ilman
makes it
nimeänsä
possible
pörssiin.
for
Sieltä
make new
tulee
investments.
uusia
Solar Foods
e-polttoaineita.
listed
Varmaan Itämeri
in
on
the stock
hankala
markets
paikka
last
kriisin
week.
sattuessa.
Baltic
Ja
Sea
sieltä voi
is
tulla
quite difficult in
ei-lannoitteita.
terms of a
Elikkä me
crisis.
pystytäänkin
We can
yhtäkkiä saamaan
then
sinne jotain
receive
sellaista, joka suoraan syöttää niin kuin kansalliseen
import
turvallisuuteen. Niin kyllä se on
fertilizers from the
siinä
EU.
mielessä,
So
että se takaa meille kriisin sietävyyttä ja muuta.
dual
Suomella
use
olisi siinä
sector
erittäin
is
hyvä
very
tämmöinen
promising, and
johtoasema
Finland is in a
vaikuttamispaikka,
very good
mutta se
position to
pitäisi nähdä
take the
isona
lead
kuvana,
here.
että se ei ole vain
However,
yksi
we
asia,
have to
vaan
see the big
monta
picture.
siihen
It's
liittyvää
not just
asiaa, jotka
one
kaikki
thing.
ottaa
There are many
kehityksen
things related to each other that then lead
tuottaa vientiä sitten
to
Liittyy
the strengthening
tuohon
of the
energiaan, että yksi Euroopan
activities.
haastehan on ollut aina
Well,
kaupallinen
one
energia.
challenge
Se
to
niinkään
growth
muualla
in Europe has been the price of energy, not so much in Finland, but in more general terms in Europe. So cutting the prices there of energy prices would be very important. They've been able to do that in the US. And then, of course, this all leads to the demographic change. The aging population is a very big problem for us in the future. And what about productivity then? Where do we find it? Energy price is one thing, however, and it's also a question of security. What about productivity of work? How can we increase that? This is a clear opportunity for companies to become more automated, use robotics. China seems to be the leading country here. They have the biggest amount of industrial robots in use. They have a systematic policy here because that is the way to compensate the aging population. Low-hanging fruit is what we're talking about here. We shouldn't do like in the 90s, try to see the emerging markets. As you remember, we sent a big delegation to Iran, and then what happened? It's possible to find productivity in other ways, not just running around in different countries where economy is emerging. Yes, and then one other thing, one central objective in the transatlantic world, we should look at this situation. We close markets very quickly. Iran is a good example for very good reasons. We did that. I do not trust Iran. We shouldn't go there. There are market risks. So when we close markets, we use sanctions in different places for very good reasons. But then, as a counterweight, we should open new markets here in the West, and it's odd that we do not have this mentality. Transatlantic trade agreement was very impressive. So sector by sector, we should move forward. When we do something that puts some restrictions on trade in one place, then we should look to other markets. There are low-hanging fruits. For instance, the UK. After Brexit, opening trade with them. Nothing much has been done, but we should make headway here to achieve growth in the heart of West. Not try to go very far where it doesn't make sense to be there geopolitically or economically. Now, the European so-called mecca of shipbuilding is here in Turku, and congratulations to Meyer Shipyard. There's also IcePact for icebreaker shipbuilding contract between Finland, US and Canada. So there we realized that the Western Bloc doesn't have resources, the equipment, and this is a good example. We can make use of the Finnish shipbuilding expertise in this kind of cooperation. This is very concrete, and hopefully this is something that we can develop within Europe. You talked about joint
niin silloin
procurements.
ei kuulosta hyvältä.
If we just trust the zero-sum game, it doesn't sound very good for European investors, but this is how it goes. We have to put the threshold higher. Perhaps some providers will then fall off. That's a risk, but we have to avoid from all of the suppliers leaving us.
No, nythän esimerkiksi
So we have to look at the big picture.
tuotannossa on nähty
The production of microchips, there we have seen developments where with national and European funding developments can be made. Is this a threat or a possibility for businesses here,
Onko mahdollista,
especially Sari? Is it possible for Finland to detach itself from the dependency from China? Well, at the moment, not in every sector. There are substitute products available in some cases, but not all. In case of Finland, we have 10 to 13 categories where that's possible, but then the alternative cost can be too much. And some companies have already said that if something happens in the value chains or if there is a conflict with Taiwan, then that business will totally collapse. Certain preparedness is there, but we do not know what will happen in the end. So we have to learn our lessons from this situation with Russia. What are then the options B and C after a collapses? So certain components and other products, we have to map out where they are, but we are not doing this proactively. We're not producing those alternative components. We just sort of wait for somebody else to do that job for us and then hope that the alternative product somehow falls on our lap. So we need this kind of long-term proactiveness from companies, also in the security field. There are 4 areas where activities are limited, China and other areas, but there are still 6 regions that are hanging there, for instance, space, etc. Of course, there can be also other restrictions for activities in these kind of fields. So it's not an easy operational environment for companies, but there are possibilities. Well, in Europe, CHIPS Act is important, and if we still look at the quantum computers, it's on the level of 300 qubits, so nothing major. But cost efficiency is key here. We are good at we're good with the cold temperature situations and Bluefors silos. I could see when I was visiting Denver, I could see that their quantum computer research centers, that they were using these equipments that I know very well. So we have to look at the alternatives. Also, in warfare, we do not need semiconductors in great volumes. We need them to a certain extent. So we have to look at these in a limited manner and see where they are being produced and then specialize. Finnish industry has always specialized in something. We're not building container ships in Turku. And if we get a few good orders to build cruise ships at our shipyard, then it's a good business. So we have to specialize, find the right solutions where we can make use of the good quality and reliability of Finnish actors. And when we combine this, we can find opportunities for growth. Well, security markets is something we really have to look at. For decades now, it was not possible to invest in defense, certain principle of social responsibility made it a sin. But now we understand that that was rubbish. So we have to sort of recreate these markets. There are great projects that offer opportunities. However, the war against Ukraine has showed that a certain amount, a bulk of ammunitions are needed. On the other hand, quantum computers can open encryptions, which is very important in warfare. China is developing its own alternatives. Finland is good at this, but we need more capital for this. However, a small country like Finland does not have this possibility. So we have to be good in several sectors. The developing defense markets, where we cannot cooperate with China necessarily, but perhaps in other areas where we need certain rare metals that China is not ready to export, but we have some of those here in Finland. So we should develop this industry, and we are able to operate in a more environmentally friendly fashion in this field. Whereas China is not operating in an environmentally friendly manner when they are mining for rare metals. So in Finland we look at the bird's eye view and we understand what the links between geopolitics and economics are. For natural reasons, Finland, with a hostile neighbor, needs this type of activity. Wonderful. So our time is up. I can summarize by saying that there are many threats, but also many opportunities, many possibilities. We need alliances, partnerships in many directions, and then the future looks much better. Thank you very much for the wonderful panelists and for the audience. Thank you.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia Business Finland ja panelistit. Ohjelma tällä lavalla jatkuu 15
Business Finland and panelists. In 15 minutes we continue. Then we have a Swedish language program.
Ja tätä voitte kuunnella
the SWIFT of International Security Environment and changes in Nordic security. You can also listen to the program in Finnish and English. And in case you use social media from this event, please use Euroforum and Turku hashtags. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hej, jag är Rosa Kesti och fungerar idag som moderator på Europaforum scen här.
Hello, I am Rosa Kesti and I am acting as the moderator here at the City Theatre. In the lobby next we will have program from the Åbo Academy University, changes in Nordic security. We're going to talk about what the insecure world means for the Nordic collaboration, defense and the democracy in Europe.
Interpreted into Finnish and English. You can listen to the discussion via the Interprefy application. You can download it onto your phone through the QR code on the screen. The password or token for the stage is also on the screen. Please mind the other listeners and use your headphones. Seuraavan ohjelman voit kuunnella suomeksi Interprefy-sovelluksen kautta. Näytöllä näkyy QR-koodi latausta varten sekä token eli salasana, joka avaa oikean lähetyksen. Varsågod.
You can use the QR code and a token that you can see on the screen to listen to the interpretation.
Ja, god dag, ärade publik här, bästa vänner. Och välkommen.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, dear friends. Welcome to this discussion on changes in Nordic security.
Briljanta panelister.
We have here three excellent panelists present. Ulrika Möller, she comes from the University of Gothenburg, works there as an associate professor, and she's an expert on the Nordic, Swedish, and indeed the global security and politics. We also have here Ms. Katja Kreutz.
Hon jobbar som biträdande.
She is from Turku, and she's the assistant or deputy director in the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. And as the third panelist, we have Albert Weckman. He's a PhD researcher from Åbo Academy University. He has almost completed his dissertation. He's partly writing about the security policy. I am Henry Vogt. I am the professor of political science at the University of Turku. So, this is partly a program of Åbo Academy University. We will start with opening comments from the panelists. They will get a maximum of 7 minutes each. Let's see how that will go. Ulrika, you can start.
Tack så mycket. Jag börjar med att tacka för inbjudan och denna
spännande
möjlighet att delta i
First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's great to get the opportunity to participate in this discussion on changes in Nordic security. And in my opening comment, I would like to start with a forecast me and my colleagues made about a decade ago on foreign policy. And we also looked at the pandemic and the war of Russia in Ukraine, how that has affected the security policy in the Nordic countries between Sweden, Finland and Norway, for example. I will also talk about our opportunities for influence, and I will also talk about connections to Russia if I have time. Looking at the Swedish foreign policy about 2015, almost a decade ago, we wrote a publication, and we were thinking about the future, and it's always a risk for research and foreign policy analysis. But we did not forget about a potential joining to the NATO, and we were wondering how this, what if this response was yes, and how would it affect our autonomy and our security and defense policies, foreign policies. We also focused on the autonomy and compared the security policies of Finland and Sweden. We saw that we had many things in common. We both wanted to be in the EU and so on, but the logic behind these choices was different between Sweden and Finland. In Finland,
närvarande, medan det svenska perspektivet hade mera fokus på säkerhet i betydelsen
They
bibehållande.
always wanted to have
Vilket bidrog till att för svenskt vidkommande dra ner attraktiviteten.
regional presence, whereas Swedes wanted to have autonomy, independent autonomy, and Sweden was not that keen on joining the NATO because that would give the US more influence, and they would need to change the Swedish defense to be more international. To some extent, we were correct in our forecast because Sweden did apply for membership in NATO. However, not on the terms that we had been thinking. Yes, the Swedish politics, after all, was favorable to NATO after February 2022, and that made the process easier.
I den korta
But-
politiska och samhälleliga debatten om en svensk NATO-ansökan.
But the room to maneuver that was kept was not crucial. I think this is interesting as such. To think that we have the room to maneuver, it is important to us. And then in February 2022, we got the big shock that greatly affected this. And we didn't have any convincing arguments at that time. We didn't have strategic content, and therefore we could not see any benefit, any role for Sweden
Inte minst som en konsekvens av att både Finland och Sverige har blivit
keep it
samstämmighet i
unallied.
säkerhetspolitik. Såväl Ukraina
The fact that Sweden and Finland joined NATO meant that we have a more coherent defense and security policy. The war in Ukraine and the pandemic have increased our collaboration in security policies, more broadly speaking, all the way until societal security. But the pandemic in particular was a wake-up call when we talk about the safety of security of society, because we had a lot of collaboration before too. So we wanted to have a strong
Låt mig nu då gå vidare med 3 korta reflektioner.
north anyway, but there was a lot of work to be done to actually carry out all the visions, and there were 3 thoughts as to what this collaboration could mean. The role in foreign policy can be different. We can have different positions there.
Länders nationella profileringar som används för att sticka ut och försöka utöva inflytande inom den multilaterala.
We have our national profile, never mind the international memberships we have, and we try to have our role in the multilateral processes. But nevertheless, we are now in a situation where we collaborate more in the security policy, and we share similar roles in that respect. But nevertheless, we have a kind of an interim position. We have different historical backgrounds, and that affects our choices for the roads we want to take. And I'm sure we're going to see bilateral agreements in the future too. And this means that we have different roles. And Finland nowadays has more been like an example to Sweden when we talk about security policy. This may make the situation easier if the collaboration is effective. On the other hand, we can trust that small countries, such as the Nordic countries, have less say alone. But if we have expertise and we take on duties and make a high profile with them, we will get more influence. For example, President Obama has praised us for those kinds of activities. And it will be interesting to see where the Nordic countries will invest in NATO in the future. And finally, the relationship with Russia. We can look at diplomatic positions being
men också att de nordiska länderna har en lång erfarenhet av mera så att säga geopolitiskt orienterad hantering av Ryssland som granne. Det kan vara brist på fantasi från min sida, men här lutar jag åt den senare beprövade erfarenheten och att den är den mest relevanta under de kommande åren. Men jag vill avslutningsvis också peka på konkret faktisk potential avseende såväl kanal för inflytande som för relationen till Ryssland. Genom för det första de nordisk-baltiska staternas exceptionellt höga närvaro i FN:s säkerhetsråd genom framgångsrika kandidaturer. Och för det andra genom att den arktiska rådet har ett...
The fact that we are present in the UN Security Council and also the opportunities for the Arctic Council to have an impact. Sweden, Denmark and Norway are also participating. And here we can coordinate this work. And this is an opportunity where we can make use of the Arctic Council towards Russia. Thank you. Well, we will get some questions from the audience at some point, maybe later on. However, if somebody has to leave already now, we can listen to your questions earlier. But now Katja Kreutz has the floor. Thank you very much, Henrik. It's always wonderful to come here to Turku. It's a wonderful city. I would like to flag 3 items linked to the changes in the Nordic security environment. They are covered by my research. First of all, the war of aggression by Russia in Ukraine. This has consolidated security activities in the Nordic countries. The Nordic countries are responsible for their own fate or for their own security policy solutions. And for me, it's quite interesting that this cooperation is very deep now in security politics. We were not able to agree on joint rules for the pandemic among the Nordic countries, but we have been able to agree on joint rules in defense. So this defense policy situation is now a very important factor in all this. Before, it would have been difficult to believe this. However, this is now something which is mentioned again and again, including Iceland. And in terms of NATO, it's very interesting now that for the first time under the agreement, we are able to say that something which concerns Sweden concerns also Finland and vice versa. So this is an interesting development. Institutional differences between the Nordic countries have been a hindrance in certain fields of cooperation. Norway and Iceland are not in the EU, etc. But now we can see that certain limitations have diminished, and NATO has had an impact on this. And we can participate in defense policy activities, and NATO also is a funder for certain projects and programs. So development has been swift. We have to look at this policy in a broader sense. We are new members in the NATO. We have to consider what our role is. However, we should not forget Nordic cooperation and other fora. For instance, the informal cooperation between the 8 ministers, including the Baltic countries, and especially the Nordic Council and Nordic Council of Ministers is very important here. This has been going on for decades, this type of cooperation. We've been networking widely, and we've been able to discuss numerous policy fields. The agreement of Helsinki from 1962 should be opened, it is said, so that defense policy matters could be included in that agreement. which is a good idea, I think. Now, when a lot of discussion is going on about NATO, and that sort of overshadows many other things. Among other things, trust, this golden trust that we have between the Nordic countries, it's a bit overshadowed by NATO. Well, we have to discuss joint energy solutions, take the green transition forward. All these are very important matters when we talk about the hard reality. Now, if we look at the crisis 10 years ago, we used to shut borders when we faced crises, for instance, gang criminality in Sweden and Denmark, and the migration crisis, we shut down borders, and also during the pandemic. So these are matters that we still have to discuss. If there is a military conflict, we cannot automatically shut down borders. What will happen to our crisis resilience? So these matters are on the Nordic agenda, and they are very important elsewhere as well, and they have an impact on this so-called hard security. Now, when we talk about a shift in the Nordic security environment, we can see that Norway has become more and more important for Finland. Even though Sweden is a very close partner, we shouldn't forget Norway. We are on very close terms with Sweden. Yesterday, the ambassadors' seminar took place, and also ministerial meetings are held. However, we have more and more contacts with Norway. During the Second World War, and after that, it was said that our links to Norway is problematic because of certain links to the US, etc. But now we have more and more links to Norway. We both have border areas with Russia. We know what the problems are, and we have to see what we can together do with these links to Russia. We are both interested in the Arctic region. We want to see developments there, and Norway has been our friend throughout the NATO process. They can also help us when we strive for having a membership in the Security Council of the UN. So I just want to point out that we should not forget the other Nordic states. Yes, your argument about multi-level security, which we really need here in the Nordic countries and in the whole of Europe. Well, this is a very interesting point, and I'm sure we can come back to that in a minute. Now Albert Beckman. Thank you very much for your invitation to this panel. I would like to flag 3 items that were mentioned in the opening speeches. Now, punch above the weight, Arctic, and then the Treaty of Helsinki from '62. Nordic cooperation and its significance is definitely understood by everybody, and it's a stable method of working in this unstable world. And NATO and such organizations are very important for our security. However, in the end, we have this strongest feeling of unity with the Nordic countries. Big organization creates stability. However, there are great differences of opinion and national interests that are at stake. Nordic countries are smaller countries, and the divisions are not so great. However, if we want to punch above our weight, we have to be active in those big organizations. And now we are a member of one of them. And when we talk about the Helsinki Treaty, it's great that it was mentioned here. Well, there is a lot to be done to deepen the Nordic cooperation, especially in defense. It's clear that we have bilateral agreements, there is NATO and the EU, but from a political perspective, political leadership changes after elections, policies change, so everything is fluctuating. So therefore, it's important to find concrete methods of cooperation, also in the field of Nordic defense. Now, if we look to the future and consider why this is so important, that the military side and the environmental side are taken into account. Well, the Arctic region is becoming more and more important in terms of climate change and the melting Arctic areas. So there are certain risks and there are certain natural resources which are very attractive to the NATO countries and to Russia. And Russia's perspective to the Arctic region is different from how we see matters. The region is very close to us. It's a military base, and there are also nuclear warheads stationed there. So I am sure that reactions can be awaited from the Russian side in a potential conflict. And in this kind of situation, the Nordic cooperation has a very important role. And then thirdly, it's very important for us to maintain and uphold Western democracy, because that creates stability. So that's in a nutshell what I wanted to say. Thank you. Your final point, which you stated, do you see problems there? That we have this kind of problem with our values. Well, research shows that polarization is deepening worldwide, and since we do not know what type of political groups and what type of political leaders we have within 10 to 20 years, so this has an impact on our foreign and security policies. Now, of course, this might not happen, but we have to consider it and get ready for it. Yes, when we talk about NATO, we didn't see such a polarization a couple of years ago. No, indeed, if we look at the security policy considerations on the long term, well, actually, the shock arrived when Russia invaded Ukraine, and that led to a situation where we saw NATO in a much more positive manner. However, this can of course still change this situation, but a certain type of stability is provided by this, and sooner or later our views on international organizations will change as well. Thank you very much for your comments. And then Ulrike, would you like to say something on what we heard from Katja and Albert? Well, yes, I would like to say something about Russia and our relationship with Russia. Like you said, I agree. There are certain fora where we can cooperate, and cooperation is possible with Russia. For instance, Baltic cooperation in the Baltic Sea. We could start there, although now it's not happening, but we could invite Russia to join us. It's important that our politicians think about on what terms we could cooperate with Russia. Do we want the leadership to change in Russia, or is a peace agreement with Ukraine a precondition, or do we want to see Putin to be taken to war court. We have seen that situations change very swiftly, and now we might say that it will take maybe 20 years before we have good relations with Russia. But we still have to consider, we have to think on what terms we would be able to cooperate with Russia and when. And it's also important to remember that there are different types of events where already we have cooperation going on with Russia. For instance, Norway has to cooperate with Russia in the Svalbard area, Finland not. However, we have a long border, land border with Russia, and as I mentioned, the Baltic Sea offers us a possibility for so-called disaster diplomacy, which is very important for all Nordic countries. And there, I'm sure all the Nordic countries would be willing to discuss with Russia. So we really have to consider this, when to start cooperating with Russia.
Just nu kanske siktet måste vara inställt på
Yes, the situation can change quickly, but right now we need to make sure that we have institutional contacts. We may not have room for anything else right now. But when something happens, we need to make sure that we have some kind of established collaboration. And of course, we need to coordinate between the Nordic countries. We need to have an active strategy, thinking about the future. And what could that strategy be like? Yes, so well, a situation emerges, we will have these contacts, channels ready if the situation allows that. How about the citizen society? Civic society, should that be supported more in the Nordic countries? So that the operators in the civic society would have an opportunity to do something. What should we do in more concrete terms? Well, personally, I think that the organizations, intergovernmental organizations that have established long-term collaboration, that's what I was referring to in my response. When we think about the future contacts with Russia, I also think that China right now is also considering to be almost an Arctic state, although it may sound strange, but China has big influence on Russia. China also has interests in the Arctic area. So at some point this channel has to open as well. I can't say which institutions should be involved in that, but we should make up a plan between the Nordic countries about the future, what we should do once that situation emerges with our contacts, because in the long term, it will not be beneficial to us not having any communications towards Russia. A small comment. Could we think that the better the Arctic Council works, the less risks we have for China's influence growing too much in the Arctic region. Yes, and I also wanted to comment that while we are thinking about Russia and Russia's reactions, it's also good to take into account that there are differences between the Nordic countries in terms of how we take contact to Russia. Finland has taken a very extreme approach. We don't have any relations to Russia right now, and when we've had contacts to Norway, Norwegians have wondered how we can overnight change our stance altogether. Norway is not yet on that level. Finland is still in a dialogue with Russia, and not everybody agrees that it's worth cutting all ties to Russia. So they have still some relations to Russia. And geographically speaking, when we continue with this discussion, it is quite natural to have differing views with regards to collaboration. Denmark, Greenland, the Faroe Islands, of course, have their own strategic programs. Finland has no direct contact to the Nordic, to the Polar Sea, and the collaboration with Norway has not been without problems over the past decades. Ulrika?
En viktig del av Sveriges identitet var egentligen den här.
An important part of Sweden's identity has been neutrality in terms of security policy.
Hur ser du på den gamla rollen?
And Sweden being a normative international player. What do you think about that old identity in the current situation? Is there anything left of that old identity? Of course, something may still be left. But I think that when we look at the recent declaration of security policies and the government that has updated it with joining the NATO. So there's very little of that old ambition left in that declaration. Of course, things may change when we get a new government. Role in security policy, the old role was linked to the Social Democrats. So in our discourse with foreign and defense policy, there's less consensus in Finland. Can we agree on that? Yes. Maybe so. It would be interesting to see what would happen, for example, with regard to disarmament in the future. The present administration is now committed to the Stockholm Initiative, wanting to decrease polarization between nuclear powers and non-nuclear powers. And we might have different kinds of interests in Sweden to take this initiative forward multilaterally, but there's no unity between the Nordic countries. There's Finland and Norway are behind this initiative, but Denmark isn't. So I think we could do a lot on this area, thinking about not spreading nuclear weapons any further. So I think we're currently not doing much in that regard. And I don't think that the Nordic countries are all agree on this. What do you think about this? Finland used to be the doctor on the, or maybe Sweden used to be a doctor in the international arena. I think we could see that the normative EU is disappearing, and the idea of being normative in today's world is less and less appealing. And if we think about normative at the South, I'm sure the global South is fed up with a northern normative approach, and how we have different approaches with, for example, the war in Gaza. Maybe we are more pragmatic in Finland than in Sweden, also when we talk about nuclear weapons, but I'm not so sure in general when we talk about roles and the NATO. I think Finland is a little bit like the EU. We went all in. We wanted to be in the euro. We wanted to be in the core of the cooperation. And now I think that Finland in the future wants to be a little bit bigger than its size in NATO. It wants to be at the core. And I think that means that they don't want to exclude nuclear weapons. I don't know how Sweden will look at this. I'm not so sure if Sweden wants to be at the core but I think Finland certainly is showing an interest towards that. Towards that direction. Yes, so how do these views differ between Finland and Sweden, for example? This does not only apply to the political elite. In general, people are more cautious in Sweden, also among citizens, when they think about the support to NATO or to nuclear weapons. So there are differences between nations as well, and I think this is very clearly reflected on how the political elite is operating. I personally strongly believe that Finland's membership in NATO would not have been happened without the strong support by the people. Nothing would have happened and didn't happen politically before the people decided to support joining the NATO. And I wonder how big a role the public opinion will have in the future when we talk about the different areas of politics and so on. So I think we should think about that. And even if we thinking about whatever you think about the NATO membership, this is the outcome, and you should think about that. We have about 10 minutes now, and we could take some questions from the audience if we have any. Go ahead.
Ingenting. Ja, här. Man får ställa frågan på engelska eller finska också.
So you can ask the questions in English or in Finnish too.
Yes, fungerar det nu? Ja. Jag ska se om jag ska kunna formulera det här bra.
So I'll try to formulate my question as well as possible. I was thinking about the Cold War. During the Cold War, we had communications between the parties, but the reaction to Russia has been very reserved. What do you think about this? You already said something, but could you maybe elaborate on that? Are there any risks in this very reserved approach to Russia? Have we got other questions? If not, let's take some answers. Who would like to start? I agree. With your concern, not having any communications might also involve some risks. It is a bad thing as such, but of course, at the same time, it's difficult to know what the role of the Nordic countries is, if they should open up a channel towards Russia. I'm not sure that's self-evident that that would be the way to work. Currently, Norway seems to be low intense contacts to Russia. But I do agree that when there are long periods of time when you have absolutely no contact, it's not good. We need to find some solution to that at some point. The Nordic countries have always had a very pragmatic approach to their close neighbors. Maybe this is a vague answer, but in any case, well, I would think that during the Cold War or before the Cold War, Finland was it was part of the losing side, and we had to be in a dialogue and keep up the contacts even if we didn't want to do so. Finland had a lot of dialogue because we were proud of being experts on Russia and that we have some special expertise. I'm not sure if we're so proud of that anymore. And as an answer to your question to what I think about the further communications with Russia in the long term, and I can't give you any specific timeline, but in the long term, I would think that a dialogue or contact to Russia will take place again and will be increased. I have a couple of angles to this. There might be a military conflict in the Arctic area or in our areas. And then secondly, environmental perspective. I think there are big risks of not having any contacts when we think about a potential armed conflict that could be avoided otherwise, or potential environmental disasters that could be avoided on such vulnerable areas. But currently, the situation seems to not encourage for any a specific dialogue. But don't you think that the Arctic region is far enough from Ukraine that it could actually be some kind of neutral soil? Thinking about the revolution in Estonia, which actually started off as an environmental battle, when the environmental situation got poor enough, people started to act against the policy, and the environmental policies were neutral in a way. And I was wondering whether in the Arctic region it would be possible to open up a dialogue somehow, even towards Russia. I hope so, that at some point this will happen. It will be difficult to carry out Arctic politics without including the biggest country there. But this is reality now, and Finland, together with Sweden and Denmark, are, of course, adhering to the EU policy. We can say that tension in the Arctic region is not so very low. It's actually increasing all the time, and the Arctic region is important to the NATO. Maybe it used to be not so important, but with the environmental issues and the potential new trade routes, I think its significance will increase in the future. Well, I think that at least there is an opportunity for connection. It's not only a matter of environmental politics. There are very strong geopolitical tensions that make this region extremely interesting, but also problematic. And we have the Arctic Council, an intergovernmental body that is a kind of a contact interface through which we could maintain contacts. And just a short comment on what Katja was saying. Finland as a member of the EU and this willingness to become more European. We saw similar development in Sweden when Sweden joined the EU. The NATO has now got 2 new members that are very keen on being the best in class, so it seems, at the moment anyway. And we have already seen such activities, so there Finland and Sweden are sharing a common ambition. So when we start this collaboration, we want to do it properly. And thinking about the North in NATO, many people feel that we mustn't form a northern bloc within the NATO, but we actually have structures between our countries, so it would be strange not to utilize these structures. And it's a question of how to market the Nordic things there in the alliance. But how should we do it? Of course, we can't cover it up either, but there are many other blocs than the Northern Alliance, and it seems important to strike a balance between these different entities and not to build show the North as a threat somehow. We have many shared objectives. We have a question from the audience. Yes, a question. What would make Finland open up connections towards Russia again? How could politicians end up with that conclusion? And how is that possible when Finland now is a member of NATO, which does not please Russia? And if we think back, NATO was created as an opposing power to the Soviet Union. So is it possible that Russia might not want to have a contact to Finland anymore? Well, researchers have said that small states have to be smart in international politics. How can we be smart with regard to Russia? Well, as far as it concerns Finland, I'm going to let Katja answer to that? It's an interesting question, but not easy to answer. Yes, how Finland could act smartly when we talk about connections to Russia. Was that the question? You had many parts to your question, but I would like to focus on decision making. Personally, I'm not a great fan of referendum when it comes to connections to Russia, for example. Then when we think about military issues, other big international issues, the basic citizen like myself does not have all the necessary information to make an enlightened response. So that's the short answer to your question. The smart way to handle in this situation, it's important here not to only look after our own interests when we think about the relationship to Russia. We need to cooperate with other countries, with the Nordic countries, with the EU. And then the broader theme being acting smart, or how small countries can have more influence. We need to create, build or show our availability in the critical key areas that we have specific competence, key competence in a specific area, and when the opportunity comes, we grasp these duties, these assignments, and show that we can be of use to bigger players too. So that way we can become important. This is one example of how to act smartly, how we can use diplomacy as a tool in a strategic manner in small countries. And that way we can compensate for our structural imbalance. And we also have to remember that the Nordic countries always say that we are very similar, but we also have differences, and we can take advantage of the strengths of other countries. We don't always have to be peace negotiators in all the conflicts. Make use of each other's strengths, and as it comes to referendums, I think we need to be cautious there. It's also difficult to formulate the question for a referendum so that it's easy to answer to it. Good, we don't have much time to continue. Actually, I still wanted to ask if we talk enough about peace in the Nordic countries. I don't think we do it currently, but we should increase that. Thank you, all panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you to Åbo Akademi University. Is democracy the best defense for the EU? This session will start in this room in 15 minutes. I encourage you to get a snack or a cup of coffee downstairs before that. If you're talking about the Europe Forum on your social media accounts, remember to use the hashtags Europe Forum and Turku. Let's meet again soon.
Oikein hyvää iltapäivää kaikille. Olen Roosa Kesti ja teidän
A very good
johtajana
afternoon to everybody.
tällä
My name
lavalla.
is Rosa Kesti and
Tervetuloa
I'm
seuraamaan
the
Demo
moderator
Finlandin
here today.
paneelikeskustelua.
Welcome to a panel discussion organized by Demo Finland. Is democracy EU's best defense? The panelists will discuss the significance of democracy for the future of Europe and future developments. You can join in our discussions with the QR code
EU's best
in the
defense
wall.
will be simultaneously interpreted into English. You can listen to the discussion in English via Interprefy application. You can download it to your phone through the QR code on the screen. The password or token for the stage is also on the screen. Please mind other listeners and use your headphones. Demo Finland, olkaa hyvä.
Demo Finland, you have the floor. Thank you very much, and a warm welcome to our hot topic discussion on democracy. Is it EU's best defense, and what can be done with it? Heidi Hautala will be here in a minute. Mika Aaltola, a warm welcome to you. First of all, just a few words about our organization. Demo Finland is a globally unique organization. All parliamentary parties are involved in this political Parties for Democracy cooperative organization. Also, young people, women and people with disabilities are involved in this organization. We are also part of the European Democracy Partnership organization. We are involved in their activities. So we want to defend democracy both nationally and globally. And we are happy to receive very distinguished speakers here. We have Mika Aaltola. He's a member of European Parliament, and we will soon receive also Heidi Hautala here to sit with us. Heidi has been a long-standing member of the European Parliament. She was also a vice chair there. We will also have a commentary from Eetu Leinonen later on, EU Youth Delegate. But then Jenni unfortunately had to cancel. She is ill. Now, the EU has supported democracy, development cooperation, although there are certain internal challenges that the EU have in relation to democracy. Inclusion is at stake, but supporting democracy does not only mean supporting elections. We have to look at freedom of speech, freedom of information flow, freedom of participation. So let's look at what is the state of democracy now, in your opinion. Thank you very much for your invitation to this excellent event. It's good to look at democracy a bit deeper. The EU is a unique structure and creation that has never existed in the world before, and to date we do not have anything like the EU. And democracy is one of the cornerstones of the EU, and when problems occur in relation to democracy, as we have seen in certain member states, where, for instance, the rule of law is being limited, and also the citizens' right to use their rights is being limited. So then we are faced with serious problems. This is not a game, because we are talking about the very core of the EU. Because if the EU gives up on democracy and human rights, well, then we lose the whole core of the European Union. Indeed, we are living through challenging times. The principles of democracy are being diminished. This is very challenging. We have seen many important elections, for instance, in France. In Great Britain, the US elections are about to come, and we saw what happened in the Indian elections. So we can always see what happens to democracy, if it's being maintained, upheld or not. And the way we see democracy perhaps the significance of democracy has diminished in people's minds to a certain extent, also here in Europe. But still we trust in democracy. The EU Research Centre recently published an opinion poll covering all parts of the world, asking, do you trust democracy? Would you like to see a strong leader in your country, or would you trust a military rule? Well, then the replies to this opinion poll were very clear. Trust in democracy is still very strong, although there are problems, for instance, in countries like Ukraine. So democratic values are appreciated. They are very important to people in different parts of the world. This idea of democracy, whether it's a utopia or something very concrete, it's always valued very highly. Yes, and we in our organization try to look at the business cases for democracy. And next week we will publish a policy brief on what is the link between democracy and economic growth, which is a very clear link, and the link between democracy and peace. Perhaps some of you can come up with an example of two democratic countries that would have fought a war between each other. Yes, democracy promotes peace. And then another observation. When Russia started its full-scale war of aggression in Ukraine, well, then those civil society activists who have started their activities already in the 80s, they said that a country that wants to do away with their nationals, their citizens' freedoms, is also a country which is prepared to attack, to invade another country. So this is very closely linked to peace and democracy and economic success. Well, Russia is a very sad example of a country where nothing booms in the economy except the military economy, military production, and then what happens to that side of the economy when the war ends. Now, then the defense policy. What is the significance of the democracy to defense policy? How can we see this in the EU? Well, this is a very important value both nationally and at the EU level, so that the citizens are committed to this and the attitudes are positive in terms of supporting Ukraine. And this positive public opinion helps us to support Ukraine. So empathy and this indeed political empathy is there, and this is based on democracy. And if we look at security policy support from the US perspective during the past 200 years, so usually the US has supported small democracies that have been in trouble. So this is the leading principle. So democracies support each other, they don't fight against each other. So this type of democratic solidarity is very central. And of course I have to admit that this sort of autocratic solidarity, which means that also the bad guys in the world stick together in certain situations as well, unfortunately. But however, when we have this empathy, democratic empathy that comes from our citizens, then we can say that it's a positive thing that we can support countries in problems like Ukraine. Now, we have to look at the situation where the essential question for Ukraine is how it can fight its way towards the European Union to become a member of the EU. Support has given to the Ukrainian democracy and rule of law for the past 10 years. So how can we then guarantee a transparent administration in Ukraine? Well, a stereotype is that we say that, well, everything is very corrupt in Ukraine, but that's not the truth. There are efforts being made with the goal that they can eventually join the European Union. And I assume that, for instance, Armenia will apply for the EU membership as Ukraine and Moldova did as soon as the war of aggression started. So those who say that what matters most or what disturbs most Russia is that its former states or former colonies want to become independent. They want to be a part of these universal values like democracy. Now, Heidi, let me continue with you. We know how realistic you have been with the situation as regards Russia. You know what's going on. What should we learn from all this? What type of lessons EU should draw from this? The EU was not really aware of what was going on. Well, I think that a very simple recipe here would be not to have discussions only with the elite in that particular country. We have to have good contacts with the civil society. This is very important. We have seen what happened to the victims during the Stalin period, who were thrown into prison camps, and what they did afterwards. Well, there is no magic wand that I can wave here. We just have to listen to different stakeholders, to those who know the system, the autocratic system, who know how to fight against this type of autocratic power. Okay, now if we discuss economics, Mika, how do you see the situation? We have heard Russia talking more and more about defense. So in this kind of situation, when we talk about democracy, is it just rhetoric? Is it just empty words? But is it something concrete as well? What's the direction? Well, we have to look at this both internally and externally. And the support of democratic values, it's going on in different places in the world. But perhaps in terms of Russia, we forgot certain active measures. Russia has listed certain civil society activists as terrorists, and we should have done something about that. During the Cold War, this was going on as well, and it didn't stop us from being active and being in cooperation with those activists. So it's like there's a myth about this superpower which is spreading and trying to stop us from acting. We have been too passive and we somehow do not want to intervene in internal matters of Russia. During the Cold War, we were much more systematic with these matters and much more clear with certain ideals. And changes were then taking place in Eastern Europe and in Russia. So all this rhetoric and empty words, it doesn't work internally, it doesn't work externally either. We have to be very active at a strategic level with measures that can create change in very difficult circumstances. Because, of course, in Russia, they are very skeptical about activists. They make fool of them, they make fun of them, they make them look like clowns.
ettei tässä käy niin kuin
whereas we have to take them seriously before things go very wrong. So now it's going to be 50 years since the Helsinki conclusions were adopted, and now when we have the anniversary event and Finland and Helsinki could then talk about the spirit of Helsinki again, its renewal and what can be done in terms of security. During the Cold War, as Mika said, we were able to achieve this Helsinki conclusion where the right to intervene in internal matters of a state was enshrined, which means when something happens against human rights. This was possible then, and it's very moving when I met the first activists from DDR. They were waving this text in front of people and saying that this is very important for them, this Helsinki Final Act. Well, yes, this is something that has been forgotten. This is something that we can achieve, but then, yes, there was the spirit of Helsinki, but then the cold winds from Russia made it very difficult. But it's important to give hope to people. And finally, when this is sort of repeated again and again, then people in the end are willing to listen to it. Well, we cannot export democracy. It's not an item of expectation, but we can talk about it. And I hear from both of your messages the importance of civil society, where critical voices are allowed as well in Finland and in the whole EU, so this is very important.
If we now look at this from the trade perspective, we have the Global Gateway EU great infrastructure program that is defined as an alternative to the Belt and Road Initiative by China. At the same time, it's not really promoting any political value, although we know everything is politics. What is your opinion on this? The most recent treaties were made in kind of authoritative countries. Does this seem like we have some values, but we don't act upon them? Well, it does occur to me that I remember well as Ursula von der Leyen declared this in her speech to the European Parliament when she gives the State of the Union speech. She launched this new global gateway there in that speech, and she said that this is a different way compared to China. We're not trying to create dependencies, and maybe this is one important thing that may be carried out at best with it, but also with development collaboration needs to be done with countries that perhaps have governments oppressing their citizens and that have poverty and injustice. But it is clear that in the EU foreign policies we have agreed in our treaties that honoring human rights is part of our basic politics, also with respect to foreign policies. It's not always going like that, but I think the civic society is also an instance that can remind politicians about this. Is it wise to sign an energy treaty with a country who's oppressing its citizens? So these are very tricky questions. Of course, the geopolitical game, where we know what maneuvers Russia is taking in Africa, for example, or what China is doing. So Russia is selling what their local war lords are missing, so wars, weapons, and it has been able to shift the focus of many African countries at the moment. And everybody can understand the natural appeal that this kind of foreign policy model has. What China is doing is that the large China is negotiating with each country bilaterally. And of course, it is obvious that then China's relationship to a Central Asian STAN country is very asymmetric, so it can do what it wants there. It's not a big system that is standardized. So I'm sure there are good intentions with how Europe is acting. It's not as ruthless as the Russian model, and it lacks the resources that the Chinese model has. And when we talk about Central Asia, it is an extremely strategic region. And here we can see clearly, in my opinion, that when Russia attacked Ukraine, in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, there was a counter reaction. They have tried to oppose to Putin in these international meetings. I think they would like to release themselves from being underneath the Russian influence, but neither do they want to become vassal to China. So I think here the EU has a good model. I've been in Uzbekistan as to oversee, observe the elections, for example, because one day these countries they will never become vassals to the EU. It does not want to have anything like that. Well, it's one model. If we talked about the normative model, I don't know if that worked. The EU is somewhat at a loss with its own influence and channels. Everything is based on the EU having a good political situation, it would have good economy, it would get partners, and then it could set terms and conditions. But since it's not doing great economically and it has actually war going on in its terrain, so then it's not so easy to influence that. I think it was the US President Truman where somebody was criticizing a country for being a dictatorship. Truman said it may be an asshole, but it's our asshole or something according to those lines. There are double standards in the international politics, and I think one of the EU's weaknesses is having these double standards. If you only look at the EU's reaction to the war in Gaza and also the Finnish government, we want to recognize Palestine, but not right now. And of course, Spain has never recognized Kosovo, although it did acknowledge Kosovo. So there are different kinds of sensitivities, and the EU that has always had sensitivity economically and politically, it should only have foreign policy with one standard. I think it is an impossible requirement, and it makes it understandable why we haven't been able to come up with a clear European political model. And we try out this global gateway that may have a lot of positive things, but might not be strategically an operational environment that is in line with the rest of the principles. So one alternative for us is to aggressively support democracies, forge relationships with them, and prevent players like China access to these countries, so that we can operate in a way that is not only well-meaning, but also strategically focusing on the correct things. So I think it's going to take some time. Maybe I should take one example, because I think the Demo Finland might have interest in that and talk about the situation in Myanmar. There, the military coup has lasted for, I think, 3 years. There was some free people got education. They had all the prerequisites to build up a democratic country. I think this is what an international community should support the democratic powers that is fighting against the junta that is bombing villages and so on. So also in the EU politics, also the persistence, of course, the donors may have very short-term funding windows because it takes a lot of time to fund these EU projects and the results are not always linear. About a decade ago, Myanmar and Sri Lanka were the shining stars of rising democracies, but now the situation is different. But also here we could use some solidarity in Myanmar. The situation is moving towards the negative direction. We have operators like China and Russia playing their part there. Maybe we could have a potential ally for the EU caring about what will happen in Myanmar. That's India, because India is very active there right now, and partly in ways that we might not like to support, but maybe we could get closer to a more lasting common view on how to develop things there. I have one more question before we give Eetu the floor, and this has to do with the internal democracy in the EU and challenges with that. What kind of a threat for the internal security in the EU is this this person within, if we look at the presiding country right now and so on? I would think it would be interesting to know how many EU countries we have where we have clear anti-democratic policies with their political parties, because on the EU level they can raise their heads as well, as we can see, and it's not insignificant if we want to take a political system under political control. So here I think we would need more systematic work. But what wonders me is that it seems that these bad models are spreading within the EU. Slovakia is another country where they seem to have similar symptoms as in Hungary. And these countries discuss with each other and they both seem to understand Russia very well. So the external influence by Russia within the EU countries is something that is concerning, and it's happening. It's also happening in the EU Parliament, as you will notice. It was not saved from that, but they are very aware of that. And awareness is one way to defend democracy, that the internal political competitors are not that much of enemies as the external enemies are. And this is what is concerning me in the situation with the US when Trump says that Russia is not a problem for him. I think he's, but democracies, I think this is crossing a line, and he's putting internal cohesion at risk. And there are certain limits you mustn't cross. You create factions by that. And it's not clear what the interest of a state is. People no longer know how it's going to act. And if we then end up in a war, citizens and the state's right to defend against foreign enemies will raise its head. It's one of the basic rights. We're not used to that. We had such a long era of peace, and we don't know how to react to this basic right, which is quite fundamental, how it reacts to the other rights. So this time of the world will change our way to interpret the basic rights somewhat. In our discussions on human rights, we also take up civil rights too. So we need to remind people about this narrative. But now we will hear Eetu Leinonen from the EU's youth delegation. He's a EU youth delegate. Go ahead. I'm going to focus on democracy too. Lasting peace is built by a lasting democracy, but it cannot be enough that we vote on the election day, but it includes many other things. So I would like to make you turn towards future thinking. Earlier on today on this stage, people talked about future. I want us to talk about future too. So how could the EU build new democratic traditions or structures, democratic structures, that can ensure that all voices, particularly the voices of minorities, will be heard? That way, we could also maintain the internal cohesion in the EU. We could reinforce the sense of unity, sense of belonging with the citizens. Areas where democracy hasn't been so strong. As one example, I could take security and defense, where we have the UN resolutions and 2250 for women and young people. So I encourage you to think about the future. We must also go beyond thinking about the current systems, but we need to develop democracy because the world is changing as well.
Thank you very much for this challenge, Eero. Which one of you would like to react? Well, Heidi has a long-term experience and a vision for this. I think this is relevant for this modernization. There are problems. EU seems quite distant still. Voting activity was not very high at all in Finland. So this sense of distance is quite genuine. Do we have the feeling that we can actually have an impact, have our voices heard, have different voices heard in the EU? Are they being registered? So this is important. Of course, we had great ideals about the new technologies that would bring about a revolution in terms of democracy. However, it seems that new technologies are seen as more of a problem nowadays, not so beneficial. So the internet idealism that we once had has disappeared. So I'm afraid that the ownership of the voters on these matters is not there. Algorithms are very much influencing people's attitudes and opinions. So I would hope that we could better make use of the social media platforms. We could see what their actual algorithms are in those big companies, what kind of tricks they are using on the social platforms. The ownership has to be taken over. It has to be given back to citizens. And about 2 years ago, a French dynamic idea, but an old product was launched about organizing this type of meetings. I don't know what happened to it, but it just came to my mind as an idea. So new big visions are needed. They bring people together when people see that there are real ideas behind things, not just dirty politics, but something fresh. New ideas are needed because they then award voters in the end. I will grab the word future here. You mentioned Macron and that idea of his. I can still visualize the picture taken of him. He had only his white shirt on, not his jacket, and he has rolled up his sleeves and he was very enthusiastic. So this is something that we need more of this commitment. And this Future of Europe conference, it came to an end 2 or 3 years ago. However, there were very good citizens panels that were organized and great ideas came from them. And some of them will be taken forward, for instance, linked to the amendments to EU treaties. And the COVID-19 crisis showed that the EU has difficulties in acting in that kind of situation. But then I think in next September there will be a UN summit organized. Are you going there? No? Well, I think you should be sent there as a delegate, Eero. So this summit is being organized to guarantee that the voice of everybody is being heard, especially those whose voice is not often heard. Because this has to do with the rights of future generations. And this is a question that has been now discussed at the level of the UN. And another thing linked to the voiceless, how to get their voices heard, is linked to climate. For instance, the Swiss grandmothers who brought a case to the court about climate action, that Switzerland, the state of Switzerland, hasn't done enough to guarantee the safety of its citizens in terms of climatic change. So we will hear then what type of court decisions this will achieve. So the right to vote for the voteless or the voiceless, this is very important. I think this is quite hopeful. I see hope in here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have actually a question from the newspaper Turun Sanomat and from Jenni, political editor who couldn't be here, but she has a question for us. The EU's role as the gatekeeper it has changed because of the digital platforms. This has led to bubbles and all sorts of fake theories. So when we look at the challenges of democracy in the EU in the future, citizens seem to feel that it's not worth participating in public discussions because it's so difficult. Do you see this as a problem for the democracy in Europe, in the EU? Because times are very different compared to my childhood, for instance. Well, it's really linked to social media, isn't it? Well, the curating role of media has long been such that the information from the media then trickles down to the citizens. This information is curated by decision makers, by the scientific community, by the media, but now it's more and more the social media which is curating, which is filtering the information that then ends up to the citizens, and the social media has a central role in what people listen to, what they believe in. So what about media then? Yes, what kind of problem is this for democracy? When ordinary citizens hesitate to participate in public discussions because there might be some impact on them as individuals. Well, yes, it is a limitation, a limiting factor. For instance, young women, young female politicians suffer from harassment a lot through social media, and I know individuals who have declined to become candidates because of this, and this is a danger in terms of democracy. Of course, not all social media platforms are that bad, but where politicians are present, those are quite negative. Yes, indeed. And when we think about the traditional media as one of the holders of power in the country, its role has changed. And of course, these kind of discussions, participating in discussions has become more unpleasant. And this has an impact on how to influence things. I think we are experiencing changes here. We have a military conflict going on next door. The economic situation has an impact. So we have to get used to many new things, and this will take a while. But idealistically, we will find a solution for all this, and democracy will prevail also for citizens. But what about if the media becomes less and less powerful? When we look at the former Twitter, for instance, X, where journalism is criticized just to get headlines, we need a vital media that is able to curate information. Yes, I think it's important to remember that there is a crisis in terms of funding for high-quality media. I don't know how to solve this. I follow for free many high-quality media. When I read a story, there is a default message from the newspaper media, for instance, that we are living through difficult times. Please think of paying something for this media service that you are using. And then there is a payment wall involved, which is unpleasant, but it's necessary. The media really needs this funding. If we lose high-quality journalism, how are we going to get it back? I don't know. Now, we only have a couple of minutes left. And understandably, many challenges have been now mentioned here, and it's a bit of a depressing world at the moment, but we all need hope. So how do you see this if we think of democracy in the EU? What about some positive, inspiring examples we could end this discussion with? Where do you see hope? Well, things have always moved forward. 2017, 2018, we saw some elections that went wrong, that were brought about powers that were anti-democratic. However, we have been able to move on and moderate center is still alive. It's this sort of a glue that keeps together a fragmented political field. We are afraid of this fragmentation, but it's not there yet. Well, in my opinion, this is due to my professional background. I think I see it as a hopeful thing that companies are committed, or more and more companies are committed to their responsibility. They have come to the realization that this is important. We cannot afford to have a society where we read the news where it states that a normal temperature in India at the moment is plus 50 degrees and not much less during the night. I mean, when we read news like that, we cannot just turn our heads and move away. We have to be able to react to these types of challenges. Mika, very briefly. Yes, the age that we're living in, there are many problems and challenges. And in the social media, we tend to be very negative towards one another. We insult people and then get likes for that. But I'm sure that people still want to see better visions, positive visions. They want to have hope. So we shouldn't too much dwell in the negative. Thank you. Thank you very much for your words. Thank you to Eero, Heidi and Mika.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia Demo Finland.
Thank you very much to Demo Finland and the panelists. In 15 minutes we'll continue here. We'll talk about the role of the Finnish Defence Forces in a changing security policy environment. In the meanwhile, you can go and have a cup of coffee or a snack downstairs. If you want to discuss on the Europe Forum with hashtag Euroforum, Eurooppa-foorumi and hashtag Turku, please use those on social media. See you in a minute.
Oikein hyvää iltapäivää kaikille. Mun nimeni on Roosa Kesti ja mä toimin teidän juontajanani täällä tänään. Tervetuloa kuuntelemaan Turun
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosa Kesti, and I am your moderator today. Welcome to follow the discussion on the future of, the Defense Forces direction. And you can move on and follow the discussion through the QR code.
It will be simultaneously interpreted into English. You can listen to the discussion in English via Interprefy application. You can download it on your mobile phone through the QR code on the screen. The password or token for the stage is also on the screen. Please mind other listeners and use your headphones.
Kiitos paljon.
Thank you very much. And the title was The Role of the Finnish Defence Forces in a Changing Security Policy Environment. Welcome to this event by the Paasikivi Society. I would like to welcome our guest to discuss this matter. And we have the General and the Commander of the Finnish Defence Forces, Janne Jaakkola. Welcome. Thank you. We decided to be in first name terms because we are neighbors. I am Ismo Söderling. I am a retired director of the Immigration Society, but now I'm actually Paasikivi Society's chair. But now to the actual matter at hand. The war in Ukraine has now lasted almost 2.5 years. And as the war started, you were the head of planning department. And this was the 22nd of February. Did you need to change your agenda for the day, for your program? No, actually I didn't. Unfortunately, we started to monitor the situation in Ukraine in the spring of 2021, when the first indications of Russia having unusual activities in that region. And it became evident in the autumn of 2021 that the amount of forces that Russia was centralizing in that region deviates from the usual and could not be explained by the way that Russia attempted to. And the increase of capabilities there were closely monitored, of course, and we had the information published by the US intelligence on with the message that we know what you're doing. And finding out about the intentions, who can say what Putin is actually thinking about when making decisions on the attack. And this also encompassed the discussion before the actual aggression, whether Russia will move on with that or not. They saw that there was the capability, but nobody wanted to believe that Russia would be so foolish as to attack. But this turned out to be the case, and a couple of days before it started, it was evident that this was going to happen. We saw some signs that, in quotation marks, could not be turned back. Well, it was a tank attack on roads towards Kiev. And of course, we had a similar attack in Kiev in 1968. Was this surprising to you that they used the same tactic? Well, when we looked at how they had formed their troops there at the border of Ukraine and how Ukraine was preparing itself for a potential conflict, the way the Russians were behaving did not surprise us. And I would like to emphasize that using ground forces, the army was not prepared to what Russia then ended up experiencing. And what happened in, close to Kiev, it had Russians managed to get hold of this field there. I think we would be talking about a different situation right now, but that didn't happen. And of course, Russia started to progress according to the special operation plan. And what was perhaps not a surprise to us, but somewhat confusing, was that Russia did not comply. The armed forces of Russia did not comply with their own doctrine. Instead, after a very short preparation, after an operation of attack, like a sudden artillery attack, they started moving towards Kiev, and it was clear that that was the way Russia intended to take over Ukraine. Well, this war has now been going on for 2.5 years and moved on through hybrid warfare to this situation, and the information influence has been part of the war in Ukraine. How has Finland been able to cope with this kind of cyber attacks and hybrid warfare? When we think about the experiences we have on that, comes from the latest decades. Have the armed forces been able to be updated about these things? I think here it's important to emphasize continuity and the long-term work we've been doing on this sector. In Finland, we have maintained the overall security and, in a more emphasized manner, the overall defense for the country, this principle. And of course, authorities are just one part of this. Communities, corporations, even individuals ultimately carry responsibility for the overall security of society. And if we think about the hybrid means, extensive influencing that encompass political, diplomatic, all kinds of pressure, I would maintain that post-Second World War, we have been well practiced in what it's like to live under pressure, trying to maintain the national room to maneuver in a Cold War environment. Now, when we look at the situation today, we can say for Europe that Russia is waging a kinetic war in Ukraine, and then in quotation marks, it has the hybrid influence elsewhere. Hybrid operations. And what we can say about is that everything that happens in our society, it does not come from Russia, is not part of hybrid operations. I think we are easily inclined to jump to the conclusions that this would be hybrid operations. But I would like to emphasize keeping your calm, that authorities are monitoring the situation, and it is our job on the various levels, corporations, other instances, to make sure that we are resilient, that our society can handle these kinds of individual series of operations. That's the key factor here. We are well positioned and in good shape. If we look at our allies, many countries are simply only learning these new principles because they gave up on them after the war. If we think more academically, how can you define the war that if it's armed conflict of societies, should we redefine these things? Well, not really. I think we had an interesting discussion in the summer whether Finland is at war or not. And if you allow me, I would not want to get into that discussion at all, because legally speaking it is quite clear. And if we look at our legislation, how we have the preparedness law and other laws, it's all clear. And the discourse became challenging when you started talking about war and dropped off the Cold War, silent war, war against terrorism, proxy war. And when you only started talking about war, then it led us to this discussion environment where we can find ourselves right now. I want to continue on Ukraine's experience towards Finland. When the situation in Ukraine started 2.5 years ago, we were not part of NATO at the time, and the political leadership at the time talked a lot about the EU treaties, the Lisbon Treaty 32/7, that gives pretty much the same competencies than the NATO articles. So did you ever wonder if the EU treaties would give the same authorities than NATO? I perhaps should describe the situation at the end of 21, early 22. We in the defense forces were thinking about the measures in defense when we are not members of the treaty organization and cannot support ourselves in a crisis situation. And as a consequence, we started proposing significant material acquisitions to the head of the state, and we added the volume in military refresher courses. And in the spring of 2022, we had our defense partners at the time to the country to do some military practices. But as before, we left any decision making to the government, and we know that they were thinking about all the benefits we would get from various partnerships, what a membership to NATO would mean, because it's something that cannot, that is irrevocable, and of course it was very extensive consideration at the time. Well, we have since then signed various agreements. We have DCA with the US, we have the JEF agreement with the Brits, we have Nordic agreements on defense, and we have NATO and Article 5 there. So should the situation arise, what are our priorities? Who do we call first? Well, we keep calling each other all the time. And they are not mutually exclusive, these things. I usually describe it so that on the left-hand side, if we think about the situation, we have the national defense, Article 3, and understanding that is essential due to our geopolitical location. And on the other end, we have, of course, Article 5, so the common defense. However, NATO is an organization that relies on consensus, so Article 5 also requires a consensus. So it's good to prepare for some security situations between those extremes, and these defense agreements and bilateral collaboration based on that means that with our allies in this situation, we can start measures in all situations, including normal situations, and that will make it easier for us to raise defense, but this is not separate from our national or Article 5 based operations. It is part of the entities in NATO. It's not an either or choice. We have also got
Kiitos. Täällä kysyy jäsen.
Questions.
Liittyen oikeastaan tähän äskeiseen, mutta
One
ehkä täsmällisemmin.
person is asking,
Millainen on se hallinnollinen prosessi, jossa
what is the administrative process like where a decision is made on Finland's participation in an armed conflict? Say, we take as an example Estonia. They say there's an armed conflict and turns to NATO. So what is the administrative process where that kind of a decision is taken? Well, what is essential here is whether we're talking about a situation with Article 5 or about some other situation. If we take this Article 5 case, to introduce that, it's a political process where Finland will decide how and with what troops it will participate in this kind of defense action. And of course, it will be done by the president and the government together. And should this kind of an event occur, where we need to act upon Article 5, I continue to ask whether we'll need to use conscripts too at that point. No, we wouldn't. Since we are in the front lines, we will defend our own terrain first, but this does not exclude that we would not join in common defense operations if our allies so require. But the Baltic states are a bad example in that sense that if there is a military conflict in the Baltics, I don't think we will be the ones giving support there. I think in that case we will be receiving other support because the conflict is taking place here in the Northern Europe and we will definitely focus on our national defense in that case. Well, if we think about this situation where we have a military crisis, where we want to help our allies, what we would send there, we can send, of course, professional departments, as we did from the air forces during in Romania during the peacetime activities. And when the system will be further developed, we will have some part of the reserves who are committed to missions abroad. They can be used, but we will not use conscripts nor the broader reserves in such situations. Okay, we will continue with the war in Ukraine a little bit because it kind of relates to the Finnish and European situation. Ukraine gets material help, but it also gets courses. Various countries train Ukrainian soldiers, Britain, Germany, Poland, and so on. And the question is, do these countries give their own doctrines to Ukraine, or has this been coordinated somehow? What is being taught to Ukrainians? When you look at it as an outsider on the videos, it seems that they have got plenty of lessons and doctrines and may not have learned their lesson at all time.
Well, yes, it's easy for me to say that, of course, certain patterns are followed. It's not that easy. Of course, coordination takes place, and when Finland is responsible for training, it is based on certain specifications. And individual factors are taken into account. But the training we provide to the Ukrainians is reciprocal. It's not that, and even the major part of those trainees in Ukraine are inexperienced. They are still rookies, that's part of the story, but there are also very experienced soldiers. So we immediately get feedback on what is possible and what is not, and then we can adjust our system. This applies to our modus operandi, but also what is pleasant for us as soldiers in Finland is that the feedback from the Ukrainians on the way that our staff and reserve train Ukrainians is very suitable for them. So we are using very qualified professionals. So the EU as I understand it, coordinates very heavily the agenda towards Ukraine and coordinates activities between the member states. How do you see the EU's role here in terms of supporting Ukraine with equipment, with materials? Well, and if we go back to these training projects, this is an EU project, and then how individual countries support Ukraine. There are many variations, many ways. Bilateral things happen. There are also coalitions under NATO, and the latest project is that under NATO we have this so-called NSA2, where the previous models are brought under one command. And of course, what is essential here is that these different support models are something that we can provide very quickly to be used by the Ukrainians. So this works very well. We have been practicing this for 2.5 years now. So from Poland, for instance, materials are centralized there, and from there they are distributed to the front. Good. Now, if we look at things here at the eastern border, and Finland has been a member of NATO for 1 year, and of course Russia had its own idea on Finnish defense capabilities even before we joined NATO. And when we joined the NATO, did you see any changes in the Russian doctrine at the moment when we joined the NATO, or did things continue as they were, that they saw that we were near the NATO anyway? Well, I haven't seen the Russian documents, so I can't be sure, but I could imagine that the Russians did not have any illusions about what position Finland is in, what camp we're in. Up until then, of course, it was public knowledge that Finland was neutral and that possibly the Finnish soil could be used in a case of a conflict. However, if I speculate, actually Russia hoped to have the war over within a few days in Ukraine. So what would the situation have been in that case? Would we have been in the same situation as in 2014? We would add some more sanctions. We would not agree with Russia, but the process would continue, talks would continue. And then the situation now would be totally different. However, since the Russians are still there, and Finland, as a pragmatic nation, in December 21, we saw Russia's proposal for a security architecture, and in February there was nothing stopping them from using force. They saw that they can move forward with that. And perhaps this was a surprise to Russia. But at the very least, it was a fast process for them. And for me, and in public, we didn't see any big arguments against from the Russian side. Of course, now, when the US got involved, then this hybrid influence activities started to really get underway. So at that stage, we were much more criticized. And perhaps a practical question on the situation. So there will be a ground forces command to be established under NATO in Finland. Will it have priority over the Mikkeli garrison? So what is the protocol here? Yes, well, that's a good question. The situation is the following. When we talk about this ground forces component, the presence of NATO in Finland, well, that will be a part and parallel to our ground forces command. I'm not going into the planning details, but in practical terms, that means that we are very clear on what enforcements Finland will be provided in that. So then we will see which forces are under national leadership and which forces under the ground forces command of NATO. If we think about, for instance, local defense, it's not possible that local defense would be under NATO command, and they don't want it either. So for practical reasons, when multinational operations are being led, then of course NATO is present there and their troops will be there. So this is a two-tier solution. Well, I hope we will never have to test it. Right. And then the domestic acquisitions, there's been a lot of public debate on that. We have now made the decision to acquire 60 pieces of F-35 fighter planes, and is it something that we really need to develop in this way, our air defense? Well, the Ukraine war has shown us that drones are being used a lot. So actually, this is something that we need to develop. Is this something that was considered when the deal on the F-35 fighter planes were made? No, that's not my impression. In fact, these acquisitions solution which we apply per level, so we have the air defense in different levels. And when we look at, for instance, the equipment that we already have in place and the training in place in terms of air defense, those are the systems that are already used by Ukraine. And the latest acquisition was the David equipment. And it can be said that it showed its performance ability at the end of October. So we are emphasizing these different levels and the cooperation between these different defense forces. Now, talking about F-35 system, the Lavet, when I look at these new armed systems, I'm not just seeing an expensive fighter plane, but I'm seeing it as a part of the whole system. This is a top quality system, this F-35, and already before Russia attacked Ukraine, we saw that we will be in a situation where Finland is acquiring same equipment as Norway, Sweden and Denmark. So soon in the Nordic countries we have 500 of these fighter planes in total. So this is positive and we are way ahead of Russia in this. There are also other acquisitions that have been discussed. We acquired 4 corvettes, 100-meter long vessels, and the war in Ukraine has shown that Russia was forced to withdraw their ships to the other side of the Black Sea because Ukraine, with these drones, was able to limit the operational possibilities of those vessels. Will this same thing happen to these corvettes that we have as what happened to Väinämöinen and Ilmarinen, those maritime vessels that were hidden somewhere behind Turku during the last war? Well, 2020 project. The same applies here as to the fighter jets. It's not just about the vessels. There are a lot of other activities involved defense technologies, torpedoes, maritime mines. So also what is important here is that these vessels are seaworthy also when the sea is covered with ice. This is very important. So in terms of military capabilities,
sillä tavalla löysästi, mutta väitän, että merimiinojen osalta
I
me
could
ollaan maailman kärkimaita.
say that in terms of maritime military capabilities, Finland is one of the top countries in the world. And with these corvettes, we can put mines into the seas, and I think this is very important. And then we have a question. Sir, underground defense, does it need improvement? Does it need strengthening? Well, the project is underway. Strengthening is needed, and here I would like to emphasize partnership and cooperation that we carry out with others. Some people often ask, should we buy submarines? And I say no. We already have partners who have top quality submarines, and they are our allies. And then Article 3, national defense priorities. There it's important for us that we have capabilities in our own region, in the Baltic Sea and our coastal regions. And if we can take good care of those regions, then it's positive when we think about NATO planning and we try to see how Finnish Baltic Sea is strategically positioned in terms of St. Petersburg. Now, internally in Finland, the reserve, there are about 870,000 Finns. That's a big number in the reserve. So that's a population count. 280,000 men during a military conflict is at use. Now, there's a lot of talk about increasing the age of the pension age, and in the government discussions, the Defence Forces proposed to raise this age to 65, and that is now in the government program. What is the current state of the discussions on this?
I can say here that this discussion, I think, will progress so that we will think about the duties where we can raise the pensioning retirement age of the reserve. It's of course an individual question. That particular individual is in such a condition he can carry out those duties, and if he can perform well there. And of course, what's also in the background is that we have some people who are in their 60 years old and are extremely fit. You can't believe how much I'm being said that you should do something about this before you turn 60. And this is one of the means we can compensate for the smaller age groups. We can see also in Ukraine that men who are 60 years old, they take part in the army's efforts. Let me move on to this. It's a good link to the next question. We have smaller age groups. We have 20,000 boys born now per year, so it's almost one division less than what it used to be. How can Finland take this decrease into account when in about 15 years' time we will soon have very small age groups?
Väestöllisesti tai määrällisesti lisäänny, niin Suomen väkiluku lisääntyy, koska meillä on 500 000.
In the conscriptions, and although these age groups aren't getting bigger, we of course have a lot of immigrants now. And my question is, as with the police, do you have a recruitment program for immigrants trying to get new people there recruited? So the multicultural effect and then the birth rate. Well, as to the birth rate for soldiers, this is mathematics. We very closely monitor the size of the age groups. And as you stated, if we have 280,000 men during war, and last year we trained to the reserve 19,000, and 900 of them were female. And when you calculate the throughput, how long it takes to be to go through the system so that they will end up in the 900,000. You can simply extend the time in the reserves. Those in their 30s, 35-year-olds would not be put to this reserve that is hardly ever used. And when we want to have more females in service, we want to have 2,000 in the next 2 years. And this is linked to the parliamentary survey and then work by the Ministry for Defense. And this autumn we're going to see the first actions. We have 4 piloting provinces where they will have common conscriptions, and the year after that there will be health checks and more extensive conscriptions. We try to increase women's service so that will also prevent the decreasing age groups. You mentioned that desired increased number of women, and this is actually also in the government program. And now we have about 1,000 coming in female conscripts. We want to double that amount. How do you intend to come up with this increase? Because doubling that number is actually quite ambitious. Well, we try to not make any difference according to gender or any other qualities. It is the person's own qualities that count. And of course, there are some physical qualities that make specific duties more fitting to women. And we have to say that in some duties, women are much better than men. I went to Israel a couple of years ago where the Israeli presented their own system. Women do particular jobs because they can focus longer, concentrate longer. They are more careful. They don't need to have a lot of new impulses all the time. They can take better care of their work. We have no limitations to women's service. They can apply to the air forces, to any special forces. But of course, when we're dealing with specialty cases, the requirements are quite high. Some men, there are many men who can't do it, and sometimes it's physical qualities that will be too difficult for women. We will have also questions from the audience in about 5 minutes. There are microphones to use. So if you have questions, we can have a couple of questions. So I believe we have a microphone available for the audience. We're going to continue our discussion with Janne Jaakkola for a couple of minutes still, and then we will give the floor to the audience. And maybe I can also answer to the question regarding the immigrant conscripts, so immigrants. We're not focusing any special recruitment on immigrant background people, but we are aware of this matter. And what is positive is when I've been going to the military units, you can see this phenomenon. And integrating people is something we need to do in all walks of life, and we have to continue with it. In my earlier positions, I, for example, have had conscript drivers, and many of them have been with immigrant background.
vastuuhenkilönä tässä.
I used to be a responsible position in the immigrant organization. I got a couple of Somalian guys who said they would like to make a book. There were 6 guys, and they actually came up with a book. And the key message there was that they come from a country who is indebted to Finland, and we've all gone through the army, and that was the only place where we didn't face racism. So we will now, in our discussion, go towards the Arctic direction. This is a new dimension for Finland. Finland is a member of the Arctic Council because with NATO we are part of the Arctic region, but we don't have any waterways to defend. And the northeast.
Riittävästi. NATO varmasti joutuu ottamaan kantaa siihen, miten sitä.
Northern Sea Route will melt at some point. And do the defense forces have any plan regarding the Arctic and the Northern Sea Route, Northeast Passage? Well, the definition of Arctic, we are actually as a country considered an Arctic country. So our competence does not stop at the polar circle. It is clear for everyone that Finns can operate under those conditions. And if we think from the defense perspective and start from the strategic level, of course, Finland's and Sweden's membership in the NATO changed NATO's and the West's view on the northern direction. And of course, the Arctic became much more important in that respect. But we have to note that Russia is ahead of us. They have been building capabilities in the northern regions, and China is entering in there as well. And military presence and any confrontations there is not in anybody's interest, but the financial and political interests are also driven through military means largely and in the form of military presence. And NATO, of course, hasn't got a specific Arctic strategy. It's been more based on the discussion between the member states. And we can now state that after Finland and Sweden joined, all other Arctic countries, apart from Russia, are now members of NATO. And we, of course, haven't got capabilities in the sea forces, marine forces, but we do have air forces. And particularly with the introduction of the F-35, we have that. But I would like to emphasize here
se on vähän niin kuin Etelä-Arktista, jos sillä tavalla voi sanoa. Ja Kuolanniemimaa on
the Cap of the North, which is kind of southern Scandinavian shield, the southern part of the Arctic. And of course, Russia has strategic capabilities there, and there is a threat towards the northern Atlantic and even against the United States. And further on, if we think about an unpleasant scenario of intercontinental missiles routes, they actually cross the Arctic. So the situation picture, they're utilizing space, all these different parties will be emphasized in the NATO, and we have competences there, so we need to be involved. Okay, now we have 3 minutes left. Any requests for the floor? Oh, there are quite many. Well, over there, please. General, to what extent can Finland threaten Russia? What branches, fighting arms do we have that Russia can find threatening? I would like to see this so that we do not threaten Russia in any way. We are acquiring such weapon systems, armed systems that we can defend Finland with, not only in short distances or the traditional operations of ground forces, but that we also have surveillance systems in place. I would like to emphasize that our activities are not aggressive in any way. It's not targeted to Russia, against Russia in a threatening way. Russia currently is in its narrative is saying that Finland is building a threat against Russia in the eastern border, and they are using that to support the fact that they are bringing forces close to our border. But we have a grouping of peacetime troops, and they are in no way targeted against Russia. And there's another question over there. We have only 90 seconds left. Saara Kuittinen-Kärkkäinen from the Technology Research Center of VTT. How do you see the dual-use technologies' significance for the armed forces? The situation is such that the dual-use technology in Finland, the innovations of these companies, the innovations of startups are driving that development. So this is the case and will be so in the future as well. And for the army, it's quite clear that in our armed forces, whether we're talking about Finland or any other country, we don't have enough resources for such research and development and quick pace of development that we can see in the industry right now. So in that sense, cooperation nationally as well as internationally with the top technologies is essential. And what we are doing right now with our top space companies, the quantum leadership systems and so on, we're cooperating with these businesses. Okay, we have 23 seconds. And in that time, all we have time for is to thank General Janne Jaakkola for his excellent answers. He is the commander of the Finnish Defence Forces. Thank you for the audience and for the good questions. Unfortunately, we didn't have time for more questions. Thank you very much.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia.
Many thanks to General Janne Jaakkola and Ismo Söderling and the Turku Paasikivi Society. Also, many thanks to the audience and those of you following us online. We are at the end of our program today, but tomorrow we shall start at 9 o'clock with a panel of the Euro or MEPs. And if you discuss the Europe Forum issues on the social media, please use our hashtags Turku and Europe Forum.
At 9 a.m. with a panel discussion with members of the European Parliament. See you tomorrow.